Yeah, everyone just sat there and did nothing. Yeah.
Welcome back. Come one, come all. How we doing today? We have day 2 of the 11:50 Mega Mystery Bounty. Josh Abdi here in the booth with a very special guest, back for his second time, Mr. Eric Baldwin. What's happening?
Back again. Happy to be here. Looking forward to some mystery bounty fun.
Yeah, I heard that both of the big bounties are still in play. So that's a 25K mystery bounty and a 17.5K.
All right, cool. Glad to hear that. That way we typically in mystery bounties you see a lot more wild all-in hands. So with those big bounties still out there, we should see plenty of action today.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about how those big mystery bounties affects the strategy, and then kind of what happens once they are removed from the pool.
Yeah, well, each bounty is worth a theoretical amount, just based on how much is left in the bounty pool and how many players are left. And as bigger or smaller bounties get pulled from that pool, it affects how much the bounties are currently worth. So it's kind of a fun format in that you're keeping your eyes on kind of maximizing your earn in multiple prize pools at the same time. And then you throw in like tournament considerations and ICM and the fact that deeper in the tournament, you know, you're playing for more chips and a better chance to win the tournament. And the bounties become less of an incentive. It's just a really fun, dynamic tournament format, and when it all boils down to it, you kind of just get to try and eliminate players more often, which is a fun way to run it.
Yeah, everyone after blood. Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting thing, right? 31K up top, so there can come a point, especially in the final table, where if the big bounties are gone, but the prize money's up top, it quickly pivots to being more like a regular tournament. But at this point, 14 left, 2K locked up for each player, 2K and some change. But with a 25K bounty, of course, the incentive is just so strong to get after it. Interesting first hand here. 4 ways, ace king and ace queen both whipping, 7-8 suited, coming out on top. Saw some funky hands like the 7-8 you're all in yesterday in the stream game. How was that experience for you?
Yeah, playing on stream games is challenging for me because, you know, 99.9% of the time I'm doing my best to like not make mistakes and play a very different game than I think what's good for like a stream game. So it's challenging in that you gotta find ways to loosen up that you are not, you know, necessarily all that used to or comfortable with. But I enjoyed the experience. Definitely were some chips flying around last night, and look forward to playing more.
Awesome to hear, yeah. Wild action, Chalky Dan, the big winner again.
Yeah, Dan. He both sessions he had monster sessions, and don't let him fool you. He's got some good poker instincts. He admitted at the table last night that he's basically grown up playing poker. So don't be surprised to see from him again. And I know there's a handful of people that have played on the stream with him the last couple times that are looking to get some of that cash back.
Oh, absolutely. Got to be done, right? Can't let the guy leave with that much of the winnings. Okay, so we are 14 left here in the mystery bounty. 267 entrants in this one across 3 flights. And as we said, the biggest bounties are still in play. Have some very familiar faces. Josh Chen, Benny Pockets, Michael Chong, Rory.
Josh Chen's been living at this final table.
It's unbelievable, right? I mean, he's been one of the main fixtures of the stream. Obviously, you battled with him heads up for a Playlive Spade.
Yeah, I've played quite a bit with Josh. He's a tough player, and I really like his table presence and the way he rolls with things. And he's got a great sense of humor as well, so no shock to see him there.
Yep. And if you are just joining us, come on in, come check out the chat, come say hi, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Got myself, Josh Abney, and Mr. Special Guest Eric Baldwin in the booth. Let's see what we got here. I do believe it went check on the flop. Michael turning top pair. You like this small continuation sizing here on the turn?
How deep are we? This deep with 2 Broadway cards on the board. I'm probably betting flop, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of hands you can get to fold for a cheap bet on the turn, and you're probably not going to face a whole lot of aggression with such a top of range advantage. So you can get away with pretty much whatever you want to do when you check 2 twice here.
Do you expect to see a value bet here with the ace on the river? He is chopping with all other ace X, but maybe can target some queen X, some jack X.
Yeah, I would like to see it. I think there's some 7X that folds to a turn bet even, so I think there's plenty of room for value against queen X, jack X type hands.
125. We got a what's up chat in the chat. What's up?
What is up?
You ever do that thing as a kid? If someone's like, "What's up?" You're like, "Oh, you know, the sky."
Oh yeah.
That's an all-timer.
Jokes like that come back to you and you're later in your life. It's dad jokes are basically revisiting lots of childish humor, I think.
Yeah, the playground and the dad vibe not too far apart. And pocket deep in the tank here. Not a super fun spot. Pure bluff catcher. Hard to find a lot of natural bluffs that didn't get there. King 10 obviously being the most obvious. Made Broadway. Can beat some 8-9, 9-10 type of hands.
Yeah, and truth be told, on the flop, most people with a complete airball here would just like stab the flop, honestly. It's a pretty rare player type that opens wide enough to miss this board entirely and then also to check it back on the flop. So I think that's a good laydown there.
Best commentators hands down. Shout out to Jeff Star. What's up, baby?
Yeah, I like this guy.
Amongst his other talents, he is the commissioner of my fantasy football league.
All right.
And he went almost undefeated this season and then was sorely taken out by me for 3rd place. So he went from a 1-loss season to $0 in the bank.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see his last
Very tragic. His team underperformed the last couple of weeks, but man, was it a strong roster.
Gotta love some good fantasy football trash talk.
I was very happy to squeak into 3rd. Was 3rd, still salty. Yeah, I was 3rd most of the season, so...
Is there fantasy leagues for Aussie rules football?
There are. The bounties are indeed in play. Still the 25K and the 17.5K bounty have not been pulled. Those are the 2 big ones. Yeah, there is fantasy AFL. It's quite popular, but it's more of like a daily fantasy vibe for the most part, if that makes sense, rather than season-long management.
Okay.
There are some unique formats, too, with fantasy AFL where you, like, guess outcomes of games, and you have to go on like a streak, and you enter a bunch of different pools, and it's like the longest streak of correct guesses wins the money.
Cool.
That's a fun one. So yeah, there's some unique AFL fantasy stuff going on. So we got an open here. Sayaka O'Toole, longtime chip leader in a previous event on stream. Bit of a open on the looser end, off the 35 bigs with the King 10. Just a flat here in the cutoff. And then both the blinds coming along. King 10-3. Oi, oi, oi.
Yep.
2 pair over 2 pair.
Let's see. King 10 covers as well. So we are likely to see a bounty elimination.
Yeah, we're going to get our first fun one of the stream. Immediately, some damage being dealt to Rory Smith, good buddy of mine. Very strong player. Experienced cash game player as well. What's up, Amanda? Welcome to the chat. How you doing?
Yeah, Rory's gonna struggle to do anything but go broke here. Just having 14 big blinds and 2 pair, pretty self-explanatory.
The brutal thing about poker tournaments, right? Come all this way, outlast, 240 some odd people, 250 some odd people, and
Yeah, sometimes you're just out. It is kind of a funny thing. Like, sometimes just the way that cards got shuffled and pitched, you are now eliminated and you do not know it yet.
yeah, it's an interesting thing. Now, of course, some miracle runouts are possible.
Seat 1 call.
Ooh, what's the commentator's pick for the tennis tomorrow? That's such a great question. Look, I'm a guy who likes plus EV bets, so I unfortunately am going to pick Carlos Alcaraz. But I think if Djokovic does it, that would just be amazing for tennis history.
Yeah, I'm pulling for Djokovic just for the story of it. Especially after having been to his match against Musetti, where he basically got beat and got pretty lucky to advance when Musetti couldn't continue.
Yeah, down 2 sets to love, and then Musetti got hurt. Alcaraz kind of doing the same, but powered through the injury and won his semifinal regardless. That was insane. Okay, so we do have the ensuing blood. Just a straight cooler here. King 10 versus the King 3 suited. Gonna need a 3. Jack does give him additional outs to chop.
Oh!
Oh! And look at that! Rory Smith is going to survive. Stood up and everything. Now has to make peace with the reality. Your tournament journey is not over.
Wow, and that hurts extra when you're the covering player in a bounty tournament. He's already coming up with a strategy for how to select his envelope. And yeah, that's a pretty nasty chop.
Yeah. You're onto it, mate.
Yeah, what a wild run out. I'm telling you, we've seen crazy rivers just consistently on this live stream.
There have been. This table's seen some pretty crazy runouts so far.
In the mystery bounty format, obviously that's just going to be extra brutal, right? Missing out on the remaining bounty value is. And just the top 2 bounties alone, 42.5K with 14 players remaining. So just in the top 2 bounties, there's an EV of $3,000-$4,000, more than the amount they have locked up in the tournament right now.
Yeah,
every time you pull a bounty.
There was a lot of equity in that pot.
And we do have a bounty pull from off stream, so our amazing tech team has some fancy pants methodology that they're working with right now to show you guys that bounty pull.
Seat 1 raise, 40,000.
This is our first time trying this out, so appreciate everyone's patience as we get that figured out. If you don't know, we are here live on a 20-minute delay at the Playlive Melbourne Millions. This is day 2 of the Mega Mystery Bounty, 14 remaining. 2 of the big bounties still in play, the 25K and the 17.5K. Look at this.
Josh flatting the queens here.
Getting trappy with the pocket queens is Josh Chen.
And part of this might be a function of him wanting the big blind to get in there for a chance to bust the big blind, who's only got 3.2 big blinds after defending.
We want you in the hand, mate. We want you to.
I like how we have the payouts scrolling along the bottom, as well as the number of players left and number of total entries in the top right of your screen. Looks like we've got all the relevant information. Pretty handy.
Yeah, over 31K up top. That's just from the prize pool, half of the prize pool.
Right, someone could walk out of here with 40K plus in bounties as well. All right, so it looks like we had a C-bet, and Josh just called again. But now the short stack big blind is out of the hand. So now this hand just went completely sideways from where it was when the short stack was in the pot. In bounty tournaments, you got to be able to quickly change strategies on the fly. And now Josh is playing a pot that is much more focused on chip EV and position in the tournament aspect of the tournament than in a bounty situation.
Seat 1 bet 150.
Applying the max pressure here. If you're Josh Chen with the second pair and the queen of clubs, never folding, but not loving life when a stack that covers you is putting this much pressure on.
Yeah, definitely. Gazzardi is definitely taking the aggressive line here. And as the chip leader, you know, rightfully so, you do get to have a fair amount of aggression. And he gets rewarded.
Look at this. Ace from space on the river, man. It's just been so consistent.
He was in rough shape.
Yeah, Jack of clubs is no good. If a club came on the river, it might have been a full double for Josh Chen.
He had 2 outs, right?
Yeah, and now he's taking the brutal end of playing the trappy line with the pocket queens, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes in an attempt to reduce variance and let the big blind come along to win a bounty, and ends up backfiring. Okay, we do seem to have the bounty pull coming up on the screen here in a moment.
Seat 1 check. Seat 3 check.
Oh, cool. That's Chris. I've been playing with him a lot this trip.
Yeah, great player, Chris. Kiwi.
Had a bet. Fucking offsuit ace.
Goes check on the river. No value bet found with the top pair, but the ace jack is going to win that one. It's going to be a pretty big hit if you're Josh Chen.
Yeah, and if you're Josh, you're processing just how good a shape you were in. So definitely a gut punch there. It also knocks him down, as you can see on the stack sizes there, to kind of like the second tier. Here we have Chris pulling a... There's a comma.
There's a comma. That's a good start. 2.5. 2.5K.
Nice.
Very decent bounty. Anytime you pull anything above a min bounty, that's always pretty good, right? Because of course that is the plurality of the bounty options.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at the distribution of bounties, it's almost a majority of them are usually the min bounty. So nice to get something above that.
13 remaining now. Are on a pay jump bubble. $500 ladder just about there. Open here from the ace-5 suited from Luca. Michael Chong with king-queen and 3 bigs. Pretty simple choice. Now, weird spot if you're Sayaka Tool. It does just let it go. Can be tempting to try and get in the mix.
Yeah. Spots where there's an all-in get really crazy and really aggressive in theory land and in bounty events where the bounty's significant.
3. Hold.
7.
Yes! Let's go! Bounty, let's go!
Ace-5 does hold. Here's some hype
Yeah.
about pulling the bounty. I mean, it is just such a big opportunity, right?
These things are exciting. Yeah, if you've never played a mystery bounty, day 2 of mystery bounties are a truly fun atmosphere. You know, you got people pulling big prizes, lots of uncertainty, lots of all-ins. It is an exciting atmosphere. And then when someone gets eliminated, only the person that eliminated them is happy. Everyone else is secretly just stewing and envious.
Taking the bounty opportunity.
I'll take that.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
And the worst is if you ever like consider entering a pot but decide not to, and then the way the hand plays out, you like would have gotten a bounty. If you're ever playing a mystery bounty event, look around the table, and if you see someone like really really stewing and you can tell they're bothered, there's a good chance they missed out on a bounty and they're playing the what if game in their head.
It is interesting, right? Because it's so unique compared to other tournament formats, because there's a chance to pull 25k bounty, which is above second place money. So you can almost just win the tournament right there just by pulling one.
Yeah. And people have different strategies when it comes to pulling their bounty right away or saving it to the end. You got any favorite go-to method for these things?
Yeah, it is interesting. I try not to game it too much. I try and just open the envelope and get it over with.
So the math nerd EV guy in me wants to pull the bounties right away just so I can like know what's left in the pool. And but I go the opposite end, and I always save them to the end, and I tell myself I play better when I still have that hope in my pocket.
That's interesting. Where you believe, yeah, it's possible. So it sounds like a 5k bounty was pulled. So 2 non-min bounties in a row. Now that is going to affect some of the calculus here, right? We did just hit a pay jump, so not going to be as much ICM here until we hit final table. But, you know, 2 of the slightly bigger bounties taken. But of course the biggest one's still in play.
What do you guys like in the chat? You guys got any methods when it comes to mystery bounty formats? You like to draw right away? You like to wait until the end?
8, 13, 1380. 1380.
Covered just.
1380.
I came here pretty short, man.
I shouldn't have called you fucking king unsuited. I should have just called pre-flop.
Do they have the option to not pull them right away?
I don't think so. I think with this many people left in the field, they pause the clock briefly each time and send people to go pull the bounty.
Ah, okay.
Some tournaments do. I think generally if the field is huge, right, and there's like hundreds of bounties, it can make sense to do it that way logistically. But I think for kind of the fairness and integrity of the tournament, when you just have 2 tables remaining,
No.
better to just get it over with.
Yeah, I like it.
Seat 1 raise 40,000.
Would hate to think I missed the top bounty. Yeah.
Pet peeve of mine is when places use like a computerized system, and when it's their turn or whatever, they're expected to like miss hands to go up to the drum or whatever. Just a little pet peeve of mine. Like, no, I'm not missing my cutoff for you to put on your show. Like, no.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
got
the
more
other
money to
reason.
make.
Yeah, I was gonna win that hand. That is the other reason I think that it's good that we do just like a short pause in these spots. Is it prevents anyone from having to think about stuff like that, right? You can just go pull your bounty, see what it is, go back to playing your tournament. Look at this. An open from the 8-9 suited from the chip leader. Do expect to see a lot of stuff like that. The Aqua Tool just calling with the ace jack against the stack that covers him. And ace queen suited here in the big blind. Just a flat from Luca Rosello. People playing conservative, trying to maintain their stacks so that they can cover some of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, ace queen suited might be a good enough hand in a bounty that you can go all in and get called by a lot of hands that you dominate. And if your chip leader, although he's under the gun, he's probably playing much more like a hijack range at least. So don't get too attached to positions, especially in spots where people are opening way wider than that position typically should open. So just a good shortcut is, if you're thinking about your spot and thinking about how to play your hand, you know, ask yourself what that range actually looks like. And then conceptually, if it works for you mentally, you can think of this spot more as like a cutoff open, small blind, flat spot.
I like that adjustment. Shout out Rory. Shout out Rory surviving the 2-pair versus 2-pair cooler. The miracle chop run out. So we do have a C-bet here. from the chip leader. Do expect to see primarily a call from Luca Rosella. Hand definitely strong enough that he could check raise for value, but it seems like he wants to give his opponent some rope potentially. Ton of hearts on the turn. Full rainbow board, but a gutter picked up for the chip leader. If you're Gazzardi, are you firing a second barrel here?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can pretty effectively target a lot of 5x, 4x, and small pocket pairs. And you have a lot of hands that pick up equity. Like if you're in Luca's shoes holding a hand worse than a pair of 10s, there's a lot of hands that are feeling a lot of pressure and folding here. So it's a great spot to barrel, in my opinion.
Rory's the undercover shark. Yeah, definitely a strong player. Ali's absolutely right too. Just aces on the river have been the brutal story of it all.
Luca did good there. Maybe that was just a case of playing his ace queen a little bit slower because he suspected his man to be super aggressive, and thus far that's been a good read.
Okay, looks like we are going to have another bounty pull coming up here.
25k, everyone's letting you know.
Hang on.
Let's see what we're working with.
This is nice. We got the live feed going on the side.
Everyone rooting for him to pull a minimum bounty. Always funny seeing the anti-sweats.
Oh yeah, there's some good humor going around.
Let's go. How much you get? 1k.
Looking for a comma.
Oh, 3-0.
He's got
That's a good start. In the thought since 5k.
Nice.
Nice bounty pull.
Oh, I'm done. Michael,
Down to 10, one elimination away from the final table.
hand to hand. But I think Michael's gone over there.
We are going hand for hand.
Pretty sick.
Got another bounty pull coming.
The FT is going to have both the big bounties on it.
Thank you. You can have it.
Unless Chris Armour can pull a miracle here.
Oh, Chris got another one.
Yep, go that way and sweat it out. What do we want?
For the comma, no, that is going to be a 500.
Oh,
Oh, a 1.5k. Got me. Could have fooled me.
Yeah, there's 10 left.
the first hand I played here where the blinds were 600, 1.2k. I'm not used to saying, like, I would always say 600, 1200, and I made it. I threw in a 5k and I said 25, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy. So like I got to get used to the 2.5.
2.5. Oh, Mr. Luke Martinelli showing his bounty pull as well. We got a little bit of a montage for you while we go hand for hand and see which bounties have been pulled so far from the pool. Just a 1k.
How much you get? 1k.
I've never seen a man get handed $1,000 and look so disappointed before.
Don't look so excited, Luke. What's the min bounty? 500?
500. And so that is going to be a really unique dynamic on the final table with some massive bounties in play and some very small bounties in play, plus the ladder ups. Kind of like a ICM meets anti-ICM dynamic, right?
Yep, yep.
For final table, guys. So we got 10 left. Now gets into the final table. 2 minutes off the clock each hand, guys. If you do wish to go see your other stack on the other tables, now's the time because you weren't able to do it from that point on. Right? So you can do it now. Yes.
So Brian explaining the rules in hand for hand. The way hand for hand play works is that each hand gets dealt in unison, so the dealer will complete the hand and then they'll pause and wait for the other table to be ready. So they're taking a look right now to see the stacks on the other table, gain a little bit of information, and then they are going to be prevented from getting up in the future to prevent too much shenanigans. Players running back and forth, constantly eyeing out the short stacks to see when we'll hit that FT. What is the highest bounty? It is 25,000 big ones. And we have that one still in play on the FT, as well as a 17.5k bounty So essentially we have second place money in one bounty and nearly first place money in another as we approach the final table. So that's going to yield some really, really unique outcomes.
Yeah, I wonder what the stacks look like at the other table. Everyone's relatively deep at this table. Shortest stack being Rory with 19 big blinds. You can survive quite a while on 19 big blinds.
Yeah, quite a lot of depth still in the structure. 72 bigs for the chip leader. So some width here, but no stacks on this table at least where you can just pick up the easy bounty, right? Are gonna have to play some poker, find some spots. None of those, you know, sub 10 big blind stacks where you can just go after them. Now, if you're Ben Pocket, right, and you have 72 bigs, obviously the bounty equity super high right now.
Penalty.
Rough napkin math looks like EV of a bounty is over 5K. So are you just going after it very, very aggressively and being willing to take hits to your stack, or is there something to be said about the value of preserving your chip lead stack for the final table?
It's both really, but the way the numbers work out, you really are supposed to go pretty darn hard. Even taking the worst of it knowingly sometimes, just for the opportunity to get bounties. So yeah, my instinct is to try and, you know, hold on to that chip lead and use it to my advantage in the tournament to accumulate chips. But like you said, there's 5K in EV in each bounty. So if you convert that over into chips, you're just getting a tremendous price on calling all ins unless you're against another deep stack.
It is always an interesting thing, right? Converting the bounty value into a chip value. I do think we're going to see a call here from Ben Pocket. He did. If he opened the 8-9-0 first act. And now this is the exact question we're talking about, right? Does get jammed on by the shortest stack, but 19 bigs, not exactly a small jam. Would be a significant hit to his stack if he loses.
And then there's also considerations of like setting the tone. You know, you don't want to just like raise and then fold to jams too often, and then all the short stacks start to kind of pick up that they're not necessarily getting called every time they shove. Like this is not a comfortable rejam by Rory just because of how often you're getting called. And even though it's suited, you only have A7.
It is an interesting one, right? You get called more often because they want to hunt your bounty, but they call with worse hands overall. So your middle of the range hand, like a 7 of diamonds, you know, trends more into the value category. Does end up letting the 89 go. This is where another stream set up on a second table would be awesome. Yeah. I don't know if we have the space or funds to make that a reality, but that is, of course, what WSOP does. They got the flying cam that transitions back between the multiple feature tables. Maybe one day. That would be amazing. That's the day I call my mom and say, Mom, I made it. Is the 400 freeze out still running tonight? It is. It is a single re-entry. So we call it the Blizzard because it's a slow structure. But yep, single re-entry, $400 Blizzard will be running tonight alongside the PLO 54.
Oh yeah, Berkey was telling me about that. So it's 5-card PLO before Reg closes, and then 4-card from there on out.
That's exactly right. A Berkey original idea. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Gives people a chance to get in some battles in the 5-card, try and run up a stack, and then slow it down with the more standard PLO from then on. Yeah, the Blizzard wasn't on the schedule just because we added it today. It was kind of a last-second addition because there was a lot of requests from players who don't want to play something in the main event price point where it's too high for them, but also aren't PLO players. Should be rotation 4-card, 5-card. We've done that as well. in the past. But PLO 454 isn't a unique invention here at Play Live. We're very fond of it. You will see some rotation stuff over the years as well. I reckon we could get a crazy pineapple tournament in a future series. Yeah, I think if there's demand for it. The truth is that we have to pick our tournaments very selectively, right? Only so many dealers and tournament directors and staff, so have to always be confident that there's going to be demand to play. But I'm quite a big fan of the pineapple myself, actually. I like to call it hold 'em with cayenne pepper. Hold 'em with a little spice. Ooh, this is a spicy turn. Josh Chen. The 9 and the second nut flush draw. Ben Pocket with the second pair. Oh, and a repeat 9 on the river. Just the absolute dream river if you're Josh Chen. Better than a club even, right? More likely to get paid this way. You like a lead here if you're Josh?
I do, yeah. After Ben check back turn, I think a value bet's in order. Ben has a lot of hands like the one he does when he takes this line. He also has a lot of 9x, so I don't think you just get to, blast off here. And it is a spot where Ben could come up with some fun raised bluffs on the river. This not being a spot to do it.
Josh Chen does pick the small sizing, gets paid very quickly.
Think about raising. Cool. Good to go?
Yeah, Rory's up to 23 big blinds after getting that ace-7 suited through, so there's a lot of play here. And, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the players play, if they are kind of passive, like preserving their stack to be able to get bounties down the road, or if they really start to battle trying to become one of those chip leaders and be in that super advantageous position once we get to the final table.
It is really unique compared to pretty much every other format in poker, right? So much of the simultaneous push and pull.
Yeah, and I don't think we've got anything close to having it all solved. There's a lot of tools out there that you can see interesting calculations and how the computer likes to play a situation with very specific parameters. But I don't think our modeling is anything close. Like I think 10, 20 years down the road, as we just understand how to value future game more, I think we're going to look back and realize how in the Stone Age we were with stuff we were like pointing to as gospel in this era.
Yeah, I mean, even kind of like that from 10 years ago, right? I feel like the opening ranges have changed so much, and just ICM has become so much more of a consideration outside of just final tables. You see range adjustments for half the field left, quarter of the field left, and
Right, we're okay, yeah?
I remember throwing caution to the wind back in the 2017, 2018 era. Things definitely a bit different now.
Yeah, there's funny steps along the road where you're doing things that are right for a certain reason, but are missing like the bigger picture. And then, I don't know, just looking back at your poker career, or like I started playing when live poker in like 2006, and looking back on those days when like both things are true. Nobody knew what they were doing, and these were like the best poker players in the world. So it's kind of a cool perspective just to have been a part of it and to have seen how things have evolved over the years.
Yeah, I watched an interview once, Daniel Negreanu talking about how he and Phil Ivey had discovered the idea of ranges pretty early before a lot of other people, and very much made an effort to keep it to themselves for as long as possible.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you're the one guy playing with ranges and no one else is. I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean those. I'm very much old school in that sense, where, you know, I'm not huge on just giving it all away for free. Yeah, I mean, I think back in the day, a lot of people would have frowned at that harder than what the current environment is.
You want to learn? You gotta pay. Do you have a continuation from Josh Chen? Gonna get it done with the trips.
I do think it's just a natural progression, though. Like, if you look around the world at games that people play, you know, people are gonna do their best to figure them out, and then if people are able to monetize, you know, helping to teach people, that's just what's gonna happen. And the good news is that if you're a poker player, there's a tremendous amount of resources out there, and it truly is all you can eat in terms of what you want to learn and how good you want to try and get. There's some really good products out there right now.
Yeah, obviously solvers, training sites, even all the way down to the free materials you can find, YouTube vlogs, live streams.
Yeah, people put great stuff out there just to get on their newsletter or email list. I think, you know, just reading a daily email with relatively basic strategy, you can learn a lot. A lot of people are giving away a lot of good information for free.
Interesting spot here for Luca Rosello. Closing the action. I do like this open jam from Rory Smith. I feel like he's abusing the fact where he's like, look, I'm going to jam these strong hands for an amount of chips where normally Queen Jack off just easily goes in the bin. But with the mystery bounty, does indeed find a call. And if you're Rory Smith, this is an opportunity to get a full double against a hand that you dominate, where had you played the hand standard just by coming in for the open, you'd never getting this spot.
Yeah, very well may have just defended, and depending on the run out, wouldn't have got this double if he holds.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, yep. Thanks.
And I think you see that pretty consistently in bounty tournaments. Like, other people's motivation to call you is stronger, so you kind of tighten up, but then shove a lot more big blinds than you might be used to as just a general strategy.
Create some unique dynamics. So they are holding off because we're hand for hand. So there will be a hand being played on the other table before this hand follows through.
Yep, we're good. All right, we're going.
Okay. They get the okay from the floor, so it is going to be Queen Jack versus the Ace Jack. If Luca Rosello can spike a queen, he's going to pull a mystery bounty, and we are going to go to a final table. If Rory Smith can hold, he's going to have over 40 big blinds.
Oh, queen or a 10. Come on, one time.
Queen Jack does pick up additional outs here. He's going to need a queen or a 10 to do it to him. And that is an offsuit deuce. Rory Smith is going to hold and find a full double up. What a massive spot for him.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty compared to when he had the king tray 2-pair.
Yeah, look at that, right? Makes the miracle, finds the miracle run out to survive the 2-pair over 2-pair cooler. And then is able to convert that into finding a double. And now is going to come into the final table. A bunch of chips here. Tech team's pulling up another bounty pull for us. I'm not sure if that means we are breaking down to one final table or not.
Yeah, all right, so blinds have gone up 12, 20.
Okay, so we are still hand for hand. Blinds are up to 12K and 24K with a 24K big blind.
2 minutes per hand. 2 minutes per hand.
Yeah, I thought you said queen jack.
I thought you said the same thing.
Yeah, sorry. We were playing 15 hands per.
Did you hear?
Going to show some of the other bounties that were pulled.
I thought he said ace jack.
So you guys can sweat along with all the fun mystery bounty action. Everyone loves a good mystery bounty, man.
Yeah, it's fun. It's different format. You know, some of the poker purists, you know, put it down, and I can understand why as well. But I think it's a nice like addition to mix in every once in a while, change things up.
You're a positive man.
Yeah, there are pretty popular here at Play Live. We do run a Monday mystery bounty weekly outside of our series times. That tends to be our biggest tournament each week. We've gotten almost 200 runners on that before on a Monday.
Doesn't feel great.
Nice. What's the buy-in on that one?
I believe it's 250.
That's a nice little tourney on a Monday.
Yeah, that and our 600 Sunday on Sundays tend to be the big ones throughout the week. The deep stack's been getting a lot of popularity as well, though. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Saturday, funny enough, always our quietest day here at Play Live. Not exactly what you'd expect on the surface, but I do think people got stuff going on, going to hang out with their friends and family, loved ones.
So that confirmation, that is stacks of 30 chips, right? So 6.
Luca going with the small 3-bet.
All in. Seat pre-raise all in.
All right, here we're seeing some bounty carnage.
Thank God.
Company, obviously, yeah.
Okay, Luca Rosello, round 2.
I'll take a fold.
You definitely would.
I wouldn't mind. That's a. No, you won't. You want the bounty. I do want the bounty.
Yeah.
There's no bad.
The bad
Well,
outcome
apart
is
from
he
him
calls
calling
and I
and you
lose.
lose.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, as a poker purist, things can get a little bit silly with all ins at times, but bounties really bring out some creative plays with people chasing bounties as well. So it's like
It's a fair fight.
it's a fun format just to see what happens.
Yeah, you get a lot of carnage. Here we go, King Queen versus the Ace 4. Ace in the window, but Ace Jack 7 is gonna give King Queen some new outs. Gonna need a 10.
Yes!
Oh.
Hearing some excitement in the venue. Luca Rosello is gonna double. So we've had hunts for the bounties, but none successful as of yet on this 5-handed table. It's amazing how much the stacks are rebalancing, right? But you still do see Ben Pocket at the top of the table.
Yep, and also notice that the level has definitely gone up, and the overall depth of the average stack has gone down.
Yeah, he's going to make Ben Pocket's chip lead not as influential, shall we say.
There you go.
Shoutouts in the chat. Love hearing some commentary from my guy, Eric Baldwin.
Hey, what's up, Matt? Appreciate you stopping in. Let's see, what time is it back there? What time is it here?
Let's see, it's 3:25 p.m.
All right, 8:25 Vegas time. It's prime time back there.
Oh well. Alright, so we got 12.
Actually, very well suited for viewing experience on the West Coast.
I think I'm out.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How's Friday? It's Saturday here.
Isn't that a trip?
It is. I'm just starting to get used to it, and just in time to head back.
My dad likes to use that joke when he calls me. He's like, any stock tips from the future?
It is a trip. I think I land a few hours earlier than when I take off on my return flight.
Lucas, sit down, we're in. Off the hands.
So after a tool with a bit of an awkward one, Ace 7 here in the cutoff. Of his stack size, kind of middle-ish of the pack, a lot of similar stacks.
Should fall into like a raise fold versus 3-bet, I would think.
Eric Baldwin is the GOAT. No arguments here. Does find an open. Grisello with a bounty hunt in hand. 7-5 of hearts. Again, does just flat, trying to invite Josh Chen to potentially enter the pot as well as the shortest stack, but he does fold. Weird one here if you're betting pocket. Does defend the king high.
Yeah, not a great multi-way hand, but
Oh, look at this for the ace-7. Probably feeling a bit better about his open now. Top and bottom pair. Bottom pair for Rosello. Pocket not much other than the backdoor diamonds.
I am crippled. I've lost all the big 7 out of gas.
Bit over 100K on the C bet. Right around half pot.
I'm out of juice for Aussie Millions. Fold, you say 4 fold.
What's your favorite poker room in Los Angeles? Going to be there in June for the World Cup. I'm not going to lie to you. If you want an active room with a ton of tables, you pretty much only have one option, and that is Commerce Casino. Commerce has very crazy games and a lot of them. But there is also the Bike and Hustler. Despite some of the live stream productions, those places are a bit smaller if you're just going to play. But I do think they're all right. They are all kind of in a slightly dangerous area, so would recommend just being a little bit mindful. But the games are good in LA. Cannot deny it. The games are good. But yeah, I think Commerce has the best games. Maybe not my favorite environment, but probably just worth it for the game selection opportunity. Have you played in LA much?
it's been a while. Yeah, and you're spot on with your assessment, in my opinion, as well. Got a lot of fond memories from going to the Commerce during the heyday of the LAPC. Yeah, it was a one-of-a-kind place. You'd walk in there, and I'd never seen seas of tables like that. And boy, did they used to get some big tournaments going there. Haven't been back in quite a while. I think the only time I play in California recently has been at Thunder Valley.
San Francisco.
Shout out to the Thunder Valley. Quality poker room. Always enjoy my time there.
Agreed. Very nice chairs and just a nice room in general.
Yeah, I like the vibe up there.
I have a jam here from Josh Chen with the pocket threes. And again, Rory Smith, weird spot, mediocre hand. Josh is the short stack. Also, how cool that you're going for the World Cup. Very jealous. Is that this year?
I know very little.
Yes, it is 26.
Is it across multiple cities?
I think it's primarily going to be in LA, but yeah, they're doing some in Canada and Mexico as well. And maybe a little bit in New York, but I do think LA is kind of the main hub. So we do have a call. The classic speculative bounty hunting call from Rory Smith with the Jack-7. He's going to be pumped to see these up against a hand where he's flipping. So, I mean, this is a spot. This is the exact reason why you would call, right? 50% equity to pull a bounty that, over 5K in EV and chip up. And there it is, Jack on the flop. Going to need a 3 and a 3 only, and it's a deuce. It looked like it for a second, but that is going to be the end of Josh Chen's tournament life. So we are going to be down to the final table, going to combine here, and we're going to see Rory Smith pulling a bounty. So if you want to see that big bounty pull, don't go anywhere. We're going on a short break. We'll show the bounty pull and the final table action just in a moment. See you soon.
Yes. 500. We're gonna move. Take a photo, and then you got to take it on the front.
I reckon he's the top. Because the bubble steam and shit, and he was smoking the wow. That's a sign.
Turn around, please. Over here. Let's look at the camera. Escape room.
Yeah. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Come on. Here we go. $2,000. Yes. Swearing on the table, guys.
Who was the bloke that saw? What a degenerate. What a loser.
Guys, but at the same time, have fun.
Okay.
Wish everyone the best of luck.
I'm all for the fun. For some laughs.
What's that for? In the break,
Cash on FT is 3,110 and max top prize is 31,430.
Yeah, that's me. 31,000. I'm gonna make it.
You are good to go.
Good? Alright, we're on the way.
He's not in his seat, muck his hand.
Yeah, that's Mark. That's Mark. Didn't sit down.
We are back. Final table action here in the Playlive Melbourne Millions. This is the final table of the 1150 Mega Mystery Bounty. We got some very familiar faces, including the one and only my housemate, Mr. Luke Martinelli. Did win the opening event here. Sayakra Tool back for another final table on the stream. Ben Pocket, another final table on the stream. Chris, another final table on the stream. Roy Smith, pretty big stack distributions. We got a mixture of the big bounties and the small bounties in play. So according to the tech team, we have the 25K, the 17.5K, and those are the two biggest bounties in the pool. And then we have 7 bounties outside of that, all 2,000 or less. So we got a 2K, a 1.5K, and 5 of the 500s. So gonna create a very interesting dynamic where 2 of the 9 bounties are worth first and second place money just about, and the other 7 probably not as much as prioritizing the chips. You are gonna have me jumping out of the booth, however. We have another special guest, so you guys don't have to hear my voice all the time anymore. To join Mr. Eric Baldwin, we got Caleb Curtis coming in. Caleb's got a background in all things commentary, especially in the esports game. So shout outs to him, and you'll hear from him in a moment.
All right.
I was in that seat there. This was Katie's seat from yesterday. So maybe that means something. Oh, that was Rick's seat. Yeah, that's true. That's the good seat.
I heard she ran a Savage Bluff.
She sure did.
I haven't seen it. With the juice.
Pretty sick.
I haven't seen it,
You
but I
haven't
heard
seen it? Oh, yeah.
Make King's Fold. That was. I was watching and go. What? No, but the board was perfect for it. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. Normally, in like a if in a normal tournament, I would have jammed what I had there.
I would have.
Yeah, but like in this, I'm like, yeah, nah. Yeah, in hard, I'm jamming there, but yeah, in this one, heck no. Before we get like
Man, you potentially cost me 25 G's.
Sorry, man.
Or $500.
Yeah, it could have been 500. Yeah,
I'll tell myself that.
yeah.
Seat 9 fault. Seat 1 fault.
All right. Welcome back. Josh just left us. You are here with Eric Baldwin and Caleb Curtis calling the action of the Mega Mystery Bounty final table here at Playlive at 129 York Street in Melbourne.
Absolutely. Good to be here. Exciting. I was tuning in a little bit on the drive here. As a passenger, not the driver. Saw someone pull a 1K bounty, and the guy looked as if he'd been hit by a bus or something. So I'm excited to see when we get these big bounties out, what it looks like.
That was our one seat Luke right here.
There you go.
He deserves to take some heat for being so upset at pulling that $1,000 bounty. But no, Luke's a heck of a competitor, and I'm sure he's just got his eyes on the big prizes.
100%. That makes sense. I think we've got a 3-bet here in the cutoff. 10's an open, so this should be pretty interesting. It's a little bit of a loose 3-bet, I would say, but it is a nice hand to do it. You've got King 10, so you've got the blockers. In this case, they've actually got the 10s, which is a hand you'd want to be blocking.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty loose 3-bet. Especially considering the position. So UTG +2 and cutoff.
It's definitely something I'll do. I love taking on the final table with the mystery bounties in play. It really does create an interesting dynamic. Obviously, mentioned earlier in the stream as well. This bounty is pretty much worth first and second in the prize pool, so they're so important. It's important to create action. Get in pots, get the chip lead or close to it, so you can be in play for those bounties. And obviously you've got Andrew with 8.1 bigs, so
yeah,
it's definitely, that's creating an interesting dynamic as well, because the rest of the stacks are relatively even. So
yeah, this stack distribution is really something. Like, everyone is fairly similar except for the one shorty, so whoever does kind of emerge out in front of this pack is going to be in a really advantageous position.
Absolutely. I'm just going to read one message in the chat here. Bring Josh back. JK, you're great. That's fantastic. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the love. But yeah, I think we're just going to get fold. All right. Chipping up a bit, but yeah, so very even. Obviously got the chip counts up now for everyone to see. So yeah, 20, 50, 31, so relatively even. And then obviously you got Andrew sitting on 8.1. So really, when he shoves or puts money in the pot, it's going to get super, super interesting. And he is getting a little bit closer to that big blind, and that's pretty much going to be close to go time for him. And look, when you're at 8.1 bigs in a mystery bounty like this, you want to be able to get a few double ups going, because obviously you want to be in play for those mystery bounties. Obviously there is ICM in play, you know, with being on a final table now, those payouts are quite big, but definitely a big portion of the prize pool is in those mystery bounties. So you also want to be looking at that as well.
Right, and every time you ladder on the tournament ladder is another bounty that's gone from the bounty pool. So there is a bit of a sense of urgency, but at the same time, you know, you're looking to pick up a good hand because you're getting called so often that when you are a short stack, you end up in a pretty good spot to double up pretty often in these.
That's an interesting fold. So I've used the word loose already, but Jack 10 off in early position has gone for min raise, and Andrew folding ace 9 off, which is a pretty fair fold to a very early position open, particularly on a final table here in a big tournament. So he's going to let that one go. We've got a call on the button with ace 6 suited, which makes a lot of sense here, and I think Roy will just come along as well, which he does. King 9 suited. So some pretty solid hands here. Definitely board interaction for them.
We got lots of stuff covered between those three. And
oh my lord. Okay, so we've got bottom 2 for Sayak, if I'm pronouncing that right. Rory's got a straight during Stone Dead to Luca, who has flopped the Nutter, or it's actually technically not the Nutter Butters. King 9 of Diamonds would be the Nutter Butters, but very close enough.
Yeah,
we're going to say here, close enough.
yeah, for 3 hands that are so seemingly different, to pick a flop that involves absolutely everyone, this final table has been providing.
Look, 5 minutes into the commentary, and I've got the commentator cursor on it, you know. I said, we'll see. Will we see any board interaction? Absolutely, we have. And Luke is just going to flat call as well. And Rory in this spot, I'm already uncomfortable. I'm already quite uncomfortable, because I think Luke is not flatting queens, jacks, or tens. I feel like you're 3-betting most of those hands. I would say this is the sort of hand he's going to have in his range. He's going to have a suited combo, maybe the ace of diamonds at the absolute least. But yeah, there's not a lot of combos, I think, that he has except this. So he is going to flat, I believe, which is
Good for him for showing some caution in a situation like this.
Absolutely. And this is a little bit of an action killer, I will say. I'd like to see a little bit of a slowdown from Saya. Once he picks up 2 callers, even with bottom 2 pair on this board texture, it is very, very scary.
Yeah, he doesn't know how good this card is for him.
Absolutely.
Interesting spot for Luca to decide whether to go for 2 streets of value, and if he does, what type of sizing he uses. You know your opponents don't have the nut flush, so factor that in your decision for how much value you think you're likely to get over 2 streets.
Absolutely, it's an interesting spot. I think checking back can be a little bit sus as well, just because when you check back, it's hard to set up a range really. I mean, you know, as we spoke about before, probably doesn't have queens, probably doesn't have jack, probably doesn't have tens. Particularly in this format, we're 3-betting those hands, so they're really stacked to the flushes, and we will see 2 quick folds here. Good folds, particularly not having full house out. But yeah, it does muck it, and yeah, I think that turn card was a little bit of an action killer there, but yeah, pretty crazy fold.
That certainly was. That was anticlimactic turn.
Andrew very, very happy he folded the ace-9 there, which was probably, with 8 bigs, he definitely thought about it. He took, I think, a few seconds there as well, thinking about it, but did get away from that one, which is good.
My daughter's 7, and I'm just like, yeah. Well, 20 something. Yeah,
I think I've played a little bit with Andrew before, actually. So yeah, he's a solid player. So you know, even though he's on the lower stack here, I could see him coming back into it.
Andrew's in the 3 seat?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
our chips across the top are in order of the seats of the players at the table.
Yes, our 3 seats.
Yeah, I played with Andrew a little bit the other day as well. Certainly struck me as somebody that knows what's going on out there.
Absolutely, no, lovely guy. Definitely a fun guy to have at the table.
Seemed like that as well.
Yeah, 100%. Michelle, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right.
I was wondering, I kept waiting for Josh to say it so I could just copy him.
Gazzotti. Let's go,
There we go.
Gazzotti. Picking up the ace-king. Blue car with the king-10. Is mulling over a potential 3-bet, I believe. Probably 3-bet or fold with this hand. Typically what you're going to see here. Does muck it.
Seat 9. Seat 1.
But yeah, definitely seeing, I think, you know, typically with mystery bounties, when you're at this stage, it's strange because, you know, particularly when I've got to, not that I've got too many final tables in my life, Eric, but when I do get there in the end, you know, having 2 big mystery bounties on one is not something you see. I'm not sure from your experience as well, but yeah, it's a really, really interesting dynamic because usually it's all mints kind of by the time you get to this stage.
Yes, or the average value is so small that, or in a lot of places, a lot of the bounties haven't even been drawn yet because people are holding them. But in this situation, we kind of know there's only 9 bounties left and 2 of them are big. So this truly is a unique situation, both in the stack distribution and the fact that those 2 big bounties are still out there.
Absolutely.
And add to the fact that you're on stream, and when you're on stream, it can be pretty unnerving to really like put the chips in when you think you're bad a lot of the time. But in mystery bounties, a lot of the time you are supposed to call all in pretty wide to go for those bounties. So this is an uncomfortable situation. It's just trying to keep track of so many factors and, you know, being on stream and also playing for a lot of money.
Absolutely. No, it's definitely a very interesting one here, and Rory's going to open the Jack-8 off on the button, relatively standard, and Queen Jack in the big blind will flat. Domination rotation here as well, with the 8 coming down.
Domination rotation, I like that.
We'll go check.
Yeah, he has way more. Has to buy a new car for 4.
Typically, this would be quite a good card for I want to say. Does have a lot of 6-7, potentially, you know, a 5-4 suited, may fold at an ICM, but to a button raise maybe calling there. So does have some straights, some potential 2-pair combos, this sort of thing, on this board. But we'll get a bet from Rory with the second pair here as well.
Yeah, I was wondering about the flop. If this is a spot where, you know, an ace-high flop is going to be a range bet, or if the situation is going to dictate a much more passive style of play. And truth be told, I don't know exactly how things are supposed to play out, but it'll be interesting to see what type of approach the players adapt here.
Absolutely. I've definitely seen a little bit of a mix, really. We've seen some, you know, quite slow play.
There is no chance.
There's no chance, mate. No chance.
Relatively big pre-flop folds or post-flop folds as well, and then we've also seen a little bit of free betting.
He's probably jamming
Just
blind.
what the king 10 hopped on as well. So yeah, a little bit of a mix.
Yeah, poker tournaments in general, you have to be like decent at knowing a lot of different types of spots, and just for a vanilla no limit hold'em tournament, it's a lot of different scenarios you kind of need to have an idea on if you want to be really good at them. And now you're adding in all these other factors like the bounty and extreme stack considerations, and it's really a challenging, engaging format. So if you like trying to solve puzzles on the fly, this format definitely delivers.
Absolutely. Definitely, and I think very even chip distribution between Rory and Michelle. Obviously, players, I'm sure, thinking about the bounty implications at the stage. If you cover a player, you are going to potentially look it in. And Andrew picks up ace jack suited in the big blind. 4 callers.
Oh, this will be interesting if everyone tries to isolate him. We'll see how wide people are willing to put in marginal hands here.
And I'm assuming we'll put in the rip, and it's going to be super interesting, particularly for Gazardi, because he doesn't have the strongest holding here. And he's going to be put in a little bit of a blender, obviously, with the bounty in play. But 3 to act behind him. Has anyone trapped, which is definitely something you can do at this stack depth.
100%. Yeah, traps can be very powerful if you think there's a high chance of someone jamming behind you in a bounty format, because all of a sudden the dominoes can start to fall and you can be sitting on aces with a chance to click call for a huge pot on the end.
He's just going to flick it in. He's not actually going to jam.
Interesting.
Wow. Got the 2-3-6 flop. So I've actually got Gazardi flopping best. Just have to go down the line and feel the hands. There are so many in the pot. Just making sure he has flopped the best, but has flopped top pair. Top pick on this board. Obviously.
Little domination rotation.
Yeah.
Against the ace jack.
Absolutely. And this is where it is quite a difficult spot, because we talked about traps before. Has someone put in the smooth call with a very strong hand like kings or queens or jacks, even a pocket 9, something like this, that has him crushed on this board.
Yep.
He's going to put out a bet. Obviously, even a hand like 8s and that sort of thing now, obviously, might have seen a 3-bet with those sorts of hands, but it is very, very plausible that someone has just flicked in a call. But we're just going to see everyone fold with the hands that they did have. No one else connecting with that board. But to be honest, and it is tough in that spot, but I think Andrew missed a little bit of the spot. I think
In a normal tournament, I'm jamming out.
Yeah.
a jam could have been an option. Now, I think flatting's fine as well. You're getting such a good price. But because I think a dynamic there is because everyone is so deep who did call. If you jam and Zardi, for example, does go for the ISO jam, it's very hard to call. Someone has to be very, very strong there. And even Zardi, obviously, it's easier when we can see the cards, but knowing what he had, but he's got ace-10 in his opening range. He's got a lot of flips, you know, the 10s below in his opening range. So I think ace-jack would have been, particularly suited, could have been a jam there.
Yep. I think you get isolated a lot by hands you have dominated, and the price you end up getting on your money is tremendous. So, for example, there, starting the hand with 6 big blinds, a lot of the times when you just stick it in, you're going to end up running ace-jack against another hand for a pot that might be like 15 or 18 big blinds. So it's a really good price on your money as well.
No, absolutely. And sometimes, look, you're going to run to it. You're going to run to the ace-king, the ace-queen, the queens, kings.
Yeah.
But I think I've seen Gazardi open enough hands to have that read that he could potentially be opening a little bit lighter than he could be, I guess, GTO or should be, what do you call it. So,
and you're trying to get back in the bounty mix too. Yeah, so
100%.
Luca with a real hand this time.
Bit of a defend from Nathan with the ace-8. Will we have another domination rotation? We'll have to see. Is that an 8? I'm trying to...
Yeah, see, when I was in the big blind, how
I've seen the board. We haven't got the
entered
graphics
the
come
pot?
up yet.
There they are.
Do you have a big hand there? Before? 6, 7, 8, 50. Do you have a big hand there? Big enough.
There you go. 5, 6, 9 of clubs. Not really a good board for either player, but we will just get a
That's why I said
little C-bet from the ace-king fold.
Sorry, that's why I said you are something.
So not having a club makes a lot of sense.
I have a bounty in my hand. That's what I have.
You had a pair.
Got a let's go
Whether that
Andrew
pair
in the
was a
chat.
set or
I'm sure
not,
you guys
up
shouted
to-
that earlier when I wasn't here, but
Oh, that's brutal.
good to see you, love.
Well, I can't jam. I'm probably not jamming.
Yeah, I love to see it. We've had really nice reception of the stream so far. Had great viewership for a new stream, and really appreciate you guys interacting in the chat. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe and like on YouTube. We're also on Twitch, and we are also on Facebook currently.
It wasn't my time to
Look,
go
it's
yet.
it's really a fun venue to play, no matter what level you are as well. And
Give me 12 and a half.
yeah,
I'll
definitely
I'll let you take
come
me
down.
out.
129 York Street here in South Melbourne. Lots of lovely places to eat. You know, got lobster rolls, got burgers. I'm not sure if you've ever been to Smith and Co. or Smith and Burke. I never remember the name.
I haven't been there, but I tell you what, I have been eating good since I got down here. It's incredible, and the location here at 129 York Street is amazing as well. You know, you're near the South Melbourne Market. I mean, there's grocery stores, places to eat, everything you could want within a 2-block radius.
Absolutely, and this is your mystery bounties for you. You've got Luca with the open of Jack 5, getting a little bit wide. But I love it. I love the aggression in these sorts of tournaments, but we will get the standard 3-bet from the Queens and the small blind from Nathan.
Okay, but we're gonna see this type of game from Luca. Interesting.
Now, look, Eric, I want to say it before he does it. He's having a little bit of a look at what Nathan has, I think, chip-wise. I think he might be considering. Now, obviously, I'm probably not going to see him
Oh, he shoved it.
shoved. That's what I was getting there, but he's done it before I can even say it. I was going to say, this is either a 4-bet shove or a 5.
Oh my goodness.
And a jack is dead. So,
That's him.
If you're the Queens and you get all in this position, for whatever reason, you don't feel too easy.
he's hit a jack. Can he pick up the 5?
Jack or 5 one time, bang.
And the Queens will hold. That's one of those spots online that you like. And when you're with Queens, you're like, I'm behind. But he has held in a massive spot for Nathan. Doubling up.
Oh yeah, that's the dream.
Huge
I would
spot.
back
And
him.
I was about to say it. I was trying to get there, but he's shoved before I could even say it. But I was starting to think, is he pointing to a stack to
No,
go,
it worked out for
I'm
him.
going to 4-bet rip this
Go for him.
with the Jack 5 off. He's gone for the
Worked out
play.
for everyone. So I'm happy you
Maximum
did it.
punishment. He's got the Queens.
Wow.
And he's going to be sub 20 bigs. Still in the game, absolutely. Got plenty of chips to play with, 18 bigs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can
All the battles are out.
pump the brakes a little bit,
You know you
Yeah.
ain't close, but sometimes hands too good. You gotta go with it.
or if he continues to
Flex-suited might fall into that.
to play as many hands as he was there.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, he went for it, but you got to respect it. Sometimes the guy's going to have, you know, the ace-5 suited, your ace-4, ace-3, ace-2 suited going for it, and he's going to snap fold. So
Yeah,
he went for it.
He certainly went for it, and if you get that through, I mean,
It is nice.
it's tough. It's tough to play against a chip leader with like momentum that you can just tell is not going to slow down. So yeah, if he somehow finds the winner there, or got the fold to 4-bet, he'd be in a great spot. But
We got small blind 50k.
Absolutely. You can obviously see the chip counts at the top of our screen as well as just popped up before. And a little bit of a change now. You know, we had very, very even across the board, but now Nathan and Zadie just pulling away that little bit, kind of a 10 big separation between them and a few other players. And we've got a little bit more variety now in the chip stack. You know, you've got 2 shorties with 18
Yeah.
bigs,
Gotta get that 25k.
for Luca, and obviously 4.5 for Andrew as well.
Yeah.
So definitely, and obviously as we said before, with the bounties, implications in play of those, definitely going to drive a bit of
That's
action.
right,
And,
that's
and that's
what you're
why,
hoping
like,
for.
those chips are just so important. If he gets
Queens
that
no
4-bet
bueno.
shot,
Queens no bueno.
he's instantly folded into the chip lead without even seeing it. So
Yep.
definitely makes sense in that. Unfortunately, his opponent just
Everyone
had
that
queens.
folded, like, yes.
Got absolutely
Another
snapped off.
chance.
yeah, we got a lesson in how valuable patience can be in a spot like this as well. If you're, if you're sitting 6th or 7th in chips here, instead of, you know, trying to force the action and bleeding off a few big blinds here or there, just when you hang around, sometimes things like that happen, and you can benefit from someone else's blunder.
More tilted than you already are.
Definitely.
Right. And the blinds are up.
No, it's good it's interesting sometimes in those spots when someone loses a big pot, next hand you kind of see them maybe shove or make some sort of play to try to make up for the chips they've lost, but could just just fold, make the easy fold and just move on to the next hand.
Not an easy thing to do,
It's
because
not.
like
It's
after
really
doing
not.
something like that, there's all kinds of emotions going on, I'm sure.
No, you're absolutely right. And particularly in a big spot like this, you know, the emotions are high, adrenaline's running. Yeah, it's definitely hard to just move on to the next hand, but he's done that well. Collected himself. Got Connor, any satellites into the blister time? I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure about that either. I would be surprised, I think. I know the blizzard was added kind of last minute. I'm going to go ahead and check on that.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Connor. Thanks for that. We'll check that one for you. I will definitely be potentially getting into the hyper mystery tomorrow. So obviously with me being the tournament, a lot of added EV, so definitely jump in there. But no, that'll be a fun one as well. Definitely a few more events, obviously. The main event in the next few days.
Yeah, nice turnout for the main event. If you haven't bagged a stack in the main event yet, our final flight is going on right now. We've got a tremendous turnout already, expecting over 350 entries today. And it's going to be a nice prize pool we're battling for here over the next 3 days.
Absolutely. Luca will defend. I believe blinds have gone up, if I am correct, and will defend the jack deuce. When you get lower, obviously on the big blind count, you start to defend a little bit of a wider range, because the chips are so important to yourself. So Sayak does pick up a pair, a board that will obviously be quite good for his range. You know, you've got a queen, you've got a 10 out there. Slightly connects with the board, maybe not as much, but I think a C-bet will be an order here a lot of the time.
Yep. It can be tempting in spots like this to check back in spots where it's not really a thing, just because your opponent might be stung from that hand that just happened and might just check rip it with a hand that you're not really looking to run it with. Although in this spot, this being a bounty tournament, I think you could pretty comfortably just C-bet call the 8-7 there and don't even mind inducing that type of all-in.
No, absolutely, and you know, you've got to think of their entire range. Probably doesn't have much of the stronger hands, like ace, queen, ace, 10, probably going to rip those. So probably just going to fight a lot of, you know, your 5-6. Had jack deuce there, which is a good one to see. Obviously 4 and snap for that. Yeah, so nice little bit. Yeah, obviously the blinds going up is important. Stacks get a little bit decreased, a little bit more action. Got a few of those stacks getting into now the 20 big blind range instead of the 30. And obviously also those mystery bounties. It's just so important. Luke does show a little bit of restraint. And he's got a little bit of a smile. I'm not sure if it's something else, but maybe seeing that hand. In a cash game, I'm sure he'll be 3-betting that absolutely 100% of the time. But on the final table, we're going to let it go.
And in bounty tournaments with a 3.6 big blind stack yet to act behind you, it can be tempting to find just creative ways to enter pots that you may have a shot at the bounty in later. But it's tough to do too much of that from early position. And Luke has, you know, he wants to preserve those 24 BBs as well. It's not like he's got a stack where he can just start doing some speculative limping in that spot.
Absolutely.
And then there's also these contradictory forces of wanting to play high variance to go after bounties, but then also just preserve your stack so you're there, you know, in case you pick up queens and get 4-bet ripped on by Jack X, you know. So the mystery bounties to me are all about just like balancing out these different factors and coming up with a strategy that you can really get behind on the fly. And it's never something you can be too confident in. So it's a format that really challenges you in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. And actually, you tend to see a lot more limps, which we've seen here. We've seen 5 limps to the flop. Definitely hands that you could have seen a squeeze with, right? King, queen off, ace-3 suited in the cutoff, 7s on the big blind.
Interesting.
But we've just seen 5 checks as well. Go to a turn of 5 diamonds. Very connecting card. Do not see Rory's card, so not sure what he has, but he did check back the flop. Nathan picks up what seems like, I'm assuming, is the best draw. That queen of diamonds. And right now, the players we do have, Chris does have the best hand, and he's got a little bit of a cheeky open ender.
He's got an interesting hand here. In a heads up pot, it's more comfortable to bet and get called and still have some faith that your hand has some good equity. In a 5-way pot, I worry about betting here because I feel like the hands that your opponent are going to continue have you in pretty rough shape, and like even if you make your hand, you're kind of still not sure where you're at. At the same time, you also, you know, want to just take the pot down if you have the best hand.
Absolutely. And I didn't see Luca, I believe, took a stab.
No, I think I see Chris stacking this pot. I think Chris took a stab at it and took it down there.
I've been absolutely fooled by the graphics area there. That makes a bit more sense. Did have, obviously, as we discussed, a little bit more equity.
Yeah, it's shout out to the guys down below. I know Seth's been working hard down there. We get these 5-way pots, or the last few days they've been doing some bomb pots, and those guys got their handfuls down there.
Oh no, yeah, mate, if I'm in the pot myself, I'm not keeping track of it. And don't even mention PLO. We start getting into it. I'm doing a great job, loving it. It's just very clean looking as well. So
yeah, I've been super impressed with the production quality. I mean, this looks like all the best streams out there, and you know, it may not look like it, but a lot of the Playlive family were really in scramble mode, like late night pizza boxes scattered all over the place, getting this thing together. I know it was in customs as recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it's been, there's been some hard work for the Playlive family to get this together, and it's been really cool to see it come together and see the people that have been working so hard on this enjoy it coming to fruition.
Absolutely. No, shout out to Josh for yeah, you know, having me on the stream, and fun to appreciate self Eric as well to be on here and yeah, go through this. It's
like
obviously a really cool opportunity, and yeah, no, just love the environment here as well. Obviously, probably a bit more serious for these players right now with being in this spot, but definitely you know, such a fun venue to come down and play and commentate as well. So, got Chris with the ace-3 off. This is definitely a hand that can potentially 3-bet from time to time out of the small blind. He's going to let it go in this case. Luke with UTG under gun raise with the ace queen, obviously quite standard, and we will see a flat from Rory.
All right, Luke gets to get into the action here.
And you kind of have to flat this, obviously, you know, with the obviously covering stack as well. But we do have a little bit of a cooler flop here. Top pair, top kicker. We've seen Luke get a little bit crazy as well, so Rory may be a little bit more susceptible not to believe him. Plus, having the queen of hearts, plus there being 2 hearts out there.
Right, backdoor straight draw too.
Lot of chances he would see to be ahead here with the range Luke is probably playing.
For sure, yeah, tough flop for Rory.
He's at the top of his range in this case. He's got top pair, top kicker, ace of hearts in hand as well. We are just going to see the flop. Back on the turn.
Okay, so now how confident can you be in Luke's shoes that your ace queen is still good to keep pressing the value here?
It's an interesting spot. I think Rory definitely has 10-8 in his range, definitely has king 10 in his range. But he does also have hands like maybe 4-5 suited, 5-6 suited of hearts, obviously. Assuming he's folding those on the flop with no suit. But it does maybe even have, you know, a small bet on the flop, the gut shot opportunities as well. There's a few other ones I haven't mentioned as well. Something like a 6-8 is still open-ended. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of hands Rory can honestly have here.
Oh, you checked? Oh, sorry.
So
yeah, and Luke has many of the top end hands here as well. So in spots like these, it can be tempting to just check back, just fearing getting check jammed on. But you can really take advantage of the strength of your range, and keep that betting frequency high here with a hand like this.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And the only problem I think with the bet here is just getting check jammed. I think it does feel quite horrific. At 17 bigs, it would be a pretty big jam. With the pot, I'm going to do some maths in my head here. 355s, bet 110, be around the pot size jam, so it does make some sense. Rory mulling it over, does have a hand that, you know, obviously he's got a lot of straights in his range, so that would be more the top of what he has. But obviously we've talked about a lot of gut shots, some open-enders that he would have potentially defending, maybe some one-pair hands as well. I'm thinking something of like an ace-9, a 10-9 would be open-ended. So there's a lot of hands really Rory does have here. Has some obviously two pairs as well, something like a jack-9, but he's going to shove the queen-8 as a bluff.
Oh
and snap fold from Luke. I absolutely adore it. Having the 8 in your hand, such a powerful card to have. Obviously, block 8-10, which Luke maybe not be opening, but obviously block a lot of the value as well with that particular card. And obviously having Queen 8, you know, you're blocking some of the pocket queens, you know, obviously Ace Queen, which Luke did end up having. But great to snap fold with such a strong hand is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was thinking when we were talking about Luke's barreling strategy there, it's tough. Your opponent's gonna have a hard time check raise bluffing very often just because of how strong your range looks. So I don't mind the bet fold as like a line there if you don't think your opponent is check jamming worse hands very often. But he's gonna hate to see that one. Rory was in an interesting spot. He ended up going with the jam, and yeah, that one's gonna hurt when Luke watches it back, but totally understandable in my opinion.
100%, and I think probably the other little factor we didn't touch on there is having the Ace of Hearts is kind of a weird one where obviously you block the flush draws, which you do kind of want to fold, but you're also value betting at the same time. So it's just an interesting situation. You've got a very strong hand, but you also don't want to get exactly what happened in that situation. Really was a really awesome play to check jam, and it's really sick play, honestly. Seeing a snap fold for such a strong hand as well, but having the Ace of Hearts is maybe one that kind of creates a check back, because if you have your opponent, let's say they have a hand which is makes a lot of sense, like Ace 5 of Hearts or something, that's going to be a snap fold. So yeah, it does. It's a very interesting hand, honestly. You know, we could talk about it all day, really. But we'll move to the next one. Did see Andrew there, by the way, with 7 deuce with 3.6 bigs. It's one of the worst feelings in poker when you're short in a tournament and you pick up that sort of hand.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. There's not much you can do. But things change in a hurry. I mean, Rory a minute ago was all in for his tournament life with King Tray against King 10 on King 10 Tray. And turned and rivered running jacks for the chop. And now he's off to the races. So do not undervalue your short stack and just kind of punt it in when some patience could go a long way, because yeah, you can spin up these short stacks in a hurry.
Absolutely, and I think Chris, the hand before, was flirting a little bit with the 3-bet in the small blind with the Ace 3 off, and now he has gone for it with the Ace 5 off on the button. A little bit more sense, obviously, having the position on his opponent here. Ben has picked up the second pair with the King Queen. Makes sense, wasn't quite a small raise, did flat with the bounties in play as well. Obviously wanting to chip up, wanting to be able to create a bit of an advantage over his opponents to play for those bounties. We'll see a C-bet here from Chris, quite a small one, 90k. Pair.
Yeah, Chris getting after it with the 3-bet here.
A pretty standard check call, I think, here from Ben. And obviously has the backdoor Queen of Clubs. Has a solid hand in itself with second pair.
Yeah, a lot of 3-bet bluffs in this spot are Ace X, so it's not as attractive as like when you're deeper stacked and your opponent's gonna have a lot of 3-bet bluffs that are like suited connector type stuff. Definitely deep in tournaments, ranges do get weighted more towards ace X and to a certain extent king X hands, so something to be conscious of.
Absolutely. And Nine of Clubs, a little bit of an interesting card, obviously a bit of interaction and having Queen of Clubs, but I think he will go for a check. Turning this into a bluff would be super, super interesting.
It would.
Put a hand that Chris has, exactly the type of hand he has under a lot of pressure, but he will just check, and I think Chris will just check back, which he does.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
So we'll pick up a nice little pot here, obviously showing off how when you can use that aggression to your advantage, get a little chips very quickly. You will actually take the slight chip lead there with that pot as well, so definitely a nice little 3-bet, nice little C-bet, actually getting some value in his hands, and
yeah, winning pots like that feels tremendous, and momentum is a very real thing in live poker, whether it should be or not. It's just a part of the human experience when you're playing poker and your opponents feel it, and it always feels good for you to be stacking chips. And at these final tables, every pot, whether it's, you know, a 4 BB or a 8 BB pot, those really do add up.
Got a message in the chat here from Jack Romeo, who says shout out to Jack Romeo. So he shouted out himself there, which is love to see it. Love to, to get in the clout, on the stream. So
yeah,
fantastic there.
Absolutely. Tell your friends, Jack. They can come on, and if they like, subscribe. They can shout themselves out on stream as well.
100%. I love it. Love it, Rory, with the ace-4 diamonds on the button. Very interesting as well. We do have Andrew in the big blind the next hand. He has folded this hand. He's got 3.6 bigs. So with that big blind ante, obviously the big blind itself, he will have 1.6 bigs behind. He'd basically be forced all in. So that is going to create a very, very interesting dynamic on the next hand. We'll have very wide shoves.
Good call.
There. So we'll focus on this hand first with Rory. Having a look. He's going to jam, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, small blind is 15 BBs effective. Big blind has 32.
It does have to fold a lot of his range there.
Yeah.
With that, and the chips are just so important going into the next hand. So.
Yeah, and I do think you see that shape and hands like the lowest ace X suited and medium king X suited play super aggressive, just open shoving in spots like that where you kind of have the ICM advantage.
Absolutely. So now we're finally, I talked about the moment Cameron stream, really. Andrew has been short for a while. Now
my fault.
This is the interesting spot, huh?
His day has come.
Okay, so now after he posts the big blind, he's going to have 2.6 BBs. One of it's going to be posted in the big blind. I wonder if there's ever any spots where you want to open limp just to give yourself the option if he shoves. But then again, if you give him the option, he may choose not to shove and only shove flops that he likes. I don't know. The theory in spots like this is really interesting to think about.
It's super weird, and Luca has an actual hand. He's just going to straight up rip with the ace-jack. I don't mind that at his stack depth, having 17 bigs. Be very weird to kind of limp or raise and then get re-raised, get bluffed. It's just a really, I think, shoving. But Chris is going to rejam with the 7-6 suited, and we're seeing how important those bounties are.
Wow.
He's going to... Didn't take too long to think about it, to be honest, as well. He's just going to absolutely rip it in there. I love it, personally.
I like it, too, because a high percentage of the time, the big blind's calling as well. And you're going to be live for 2 bounties.
And Andrew picks up a massive hand. He is dominated, but he's obviously, I'm assuming, calling. He's maybe thinking about the pay jump here, with Chris. Should theoretically have quite a strong range. Obviously, covering for the bounty, maybe a little bit more wide. is thinking about it. And Andrew has been shown, obviously, with what we saw earlier, with the ace-jack suited, just flatting, didn't jam with 5, I think, limps, or it was maybe 1 raise and then everyone calling before him. So he has been shown to fold for ICM. He might just go for the pay jump here, but in my opinion, I think this hand's way too strong to fold when you've got this amount of bigs. You could get a near triple up, or more than triple up, actually.
Yeah, it's hard to let go of those chips and put them all in the middle, but...
Oh, wow. He does muck it. Okay.
All right,
Going for the pay jump.
now he gets to cheer for no spades and no 10. it's the reverse free roll of making a laydown on stream and then hoping you would not have won.
What are we thinking of King, Queen, Jack, all spades on the floor?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no. And he would have, oh, dear. And we've picked up a 6 as well for Chris, who might hold for a massive pot. He does get the 2 pair.
And relieving Andrew that he didn't stick in the ace-10.
Exactly. That just came into my head that, yeah, he did beat the 2 pair and that.
So Andrew gets the pay jump.
There you go. And you know what?
Hey, what a fold, huh?
If you told me that I could fold there and make $700. $700. Beautiful.
It's kind of fun to watch all your opponents that are licking their chops at your bounty too.
Yeah.
By when you just like don't put the chips in, it's fun. It's a fun game to play just to watch people's reactions and how much they're salivating over your stack.
Absolutely.
And playing with their heartstrings.
And let's not forget Luca, who it's quite unlucky to run into obviously not run into the 7-6, which I should say, but get a little bit of a bad beat there.
Yeah.
Obviously having the ace jack.
Yeah, rough go of it at the FT for Luca for sure.
We're going to see a mystery bounty pulled.
Anti-sweat, anti-sweat.
So he's on the slow peel. And by the reaction, I'm assuming that's a big one.
I don't know. There's a lot of smiles at the final table. Are those fake smiles?
Yeah.
Giving him the courtesy smile for pulling a big bounty. Yeah, Chris is shaking hands. He must have got. Did he get the 25K? Oh, here we got the live shot.
This is going to be exciting. All right. Get the action replay from the team here. I pulled a mystery bounty. It wasn't this cool here at Playlive before, and I did have a bit of the thing I mentioned as I hopped on stream, getting the min one, but it's still so much fun. The dopamine you get, mate. It's for this day and age.
It is a fun format.
It's so much 50-50 fun. 0. 25K! Oh.
Wow. Good for Chris.
Beautiful. He's picking up the phone. He's calling the car dealership. He's going to get a nice. Nice. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much, what type of car you get for 25 grand in Australia. To be honest, I'm Toyota Corolla guy. Nice, cheap and easy for me. But he's definitely taking himself out for a nice steak dinner tonight.
Yeah, you bet. And still live for the 30+ thousand. How much is first? As well as the 17.5K bounty that is still there. So it's not like all of the bounty hunting motivation has left us here at the final table.
Absolutely. And look, 66 bigs, that is an absolute truckload of chips. And now we have the limping war a little bit here with Andrew on 1.6. We did obviously see that he folded the ace-10 to get that pay jump. But now 2 limps, the jack-9. Again, obviously, if you're looking at a normal tournament, probably be just some stat marking it, but now at this stage he's going to flick in the call, the 6-5 off as well, getting in there. Bounty hunting time, Eric.
Yep, this is the hand for it.
And now he's got 7-4 off, so he's going to snap fold.
Yeah, I was saying to Josh earlier, you got to be able to adjust on the fly, even mid-hand, because you may go to a flop or pre-flop, have part of your calculation be one of the short stacks and how likely they are to be all in. And then once they exit the pot, it quickly changes to, a final table ICM dynamic hand. Oh no, he would have flopped a boat. See, this is good reality TV. You get to watch a man that all he had to do was flick in a big blind and he would have flopped a boat. And now you get to see him in real time, sitting there with pain.
And Rory is going for a nice little bet here. I like this with the obviously the open ender. Should get through as well. I don't think there should be much resistance, particularly Ben at 16 bigs. Does not have too many chips to work with. He calls here. Pot is almost his entire stack. So I think we should see 2 snap marks, but honestly, Eric, with what we've seen so far, I'm excited. I don't know what we could see, and he does flat.
Here we go.
Puts it in. Love it.
Yeah.
And drills it on the turn for Rory. And I think this card now, if you're Ben, is starting to get a little bit scary. Obviously, the exact hand Rory has gets there. Even if he had a semi-bluff, you know, with the gut shot, like an 8-6, something.
Hey, you gotta be that guy now.
Hit with 5-8.
Right.
In 6-5, he might be linking those hands as well. So
Yeah.
it starts to get a little bit scarier with an 8.
Yep. And you do need some hands that you're going to check call, check fold.
And obviously just potentially having, she doesn't know, Andrew folded 7-4, but maybe just pocket falls, pocket 7, these sorts of hands are there. Obviously not many combos, but we'll just obviously another bet. Well, so yeah, check out chip counts now. So 3 sub-20 big blind stacks. So obviously 1 big bounty going away, which does mean ICM is a little bit more important now, or a lot more important, I should say. You know, the first prize now kind of overtaking the top bounty. You know, those top 3 prizes pretty now compared to the bounties we've got. We still do have 1 big one left, so 100%, you know, chasing bounties is very, very viable, but definitely a little bit more ICM pressure, a little bit more folding for those pay jumps and trying to get the chips to get heads up and obviously get to those last few payouts is becoming increasingly important.
Yeah. And 31K up top and a $17,500 bounty left. So Chris is live for 31 plus 25 plus 17. What is that? 74 grand or so. And I'm sure along the way to get here, he's pulled a couple other bounties as well. So mystery bounty formats do present the opportunity to really scoop up a nice portion of the overall prize pools.
It's a lot of frozen cokes right there, Eric. It's a lot of frozen cokes. 74,000 to be exact. So no, definitely, obviously a big potential payout for Chris if he continued his trajectory. Nathan picking up the pocket kings in his small blind into a very good hand in the pocket 8 to collect the stack depth as well. So he's going to open jam, which wow is super interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's going to send him into the tank, definitely with these 8s.
Yeah, and if you're Syak, you're wondering, you know, how often is this a smaller pocket pair, because this is a reasonable way to play smaller pocket pairs from the small blind. You know, you would expect a lot of the bigger pairs to play the small 3-bet line, which obviously in this case we can see is not what's happening. But just some of the thoughts that might be running through Syak's head.
Absolutely, and look, you're thinking when you look at the range, which is a big shove, 25 bigs, obviously plus the raise size. It's a really big shove. He's going to put it in quite quickly, and I think it makes sense. You know, a lot of the time Nathan's going to have ace king, ace queen here, and you're going to be flipping, as you mentioned, Eric. Definitely has some 7s, 6s, 5s, which you might rip to try to just take down.
Ace wheel suited, perhaps.
Exactly. So does run straight into it here with the pocket kings, but let's see a run out and see if 8s can get there. Ace on the flop, which in this case for the kings is absolutely fine. Usually very scary. In the turn, the jack on the river, the kings will hold. Nathan will bolt himself into the chip lead and
Yeah.
Gets me excited.
Yeah, for sure. And nothing against Nathan, but I'm rooting for a small one just so we can keep that fun 17.5K bounty dynamic going at the final table. But either way, it's going to be great, because if they pull that, then you know we just got like a deep stack final table. So just another good example of how things change on the fly in these tournaments, and being a dynamic player is what you want to be in these things.
It's such a cool format, and I think it really speaks, you know, last few years of the evolution of poker, becoming such a worldwide.
Sorry.
game. It's just such a cool format.
It worked. Maybe
to have, you know, creates a bit of spice, creates a bit of fun for the players. It's just
Oh shit! Sorry.
seeing the
That was an unfiltered reaction. This sounds terrible.
what's he gonna get?
It's not actually because it's coming to
You know what? He's got a smile on his face. He's happy, and who would it be? It's still $500. Lie in your pocket. Too bad. Too shabby.
Yeah, he's got that nice pot he just took down as well to help ease his pain a little bit.
Absolute page up coming in, and look,
Check back.
I criticise. I'll be the first to admit, straight up, I criticise a little bit of Andrew, you know, folding ace jack suited, folding ace 10. But he's made 2 page ups. He's made himself an extra 1.5 grand, maybe even more, and he even spin it up.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can only see. No, actually, I only see. You know, I've got 14 and a 12 big blind stacks still. So these are stacks that are in trouble. So, and we've clearly seen, you know, ICM not as much of an issue for some of these players, right? They're trying to chip up.
Can I have them? What are the chances?
And get those counts.
And the other thing he gets is he's on the button now, so if he chooses, he gets to pick which of several hands he wants to put his stack in with. I'd be lying if I knew exactly what he's supposed to do in theory here, if he's just supposed to stick his BB in super wide, but I would think, you know, if you've got the ability to fold and look for a better hand over the next 3 or 4 hands before he's in the big blind, you know, that's tempting as well, because every time you fold, you never know when someone's going to get coolered behind you, and he might find himself another ladder before he needs to put his stack at risk.
And it's actually kind of nice to have the big stack on your left in this scenario. And I know that sounds weird for a lot of our
I've
audience
got
out
plenty
there,
of time.
but
As you know.
if Andrew flicks in one blind, leaves himself 0.1 behind, Nathan's going to shove super wide,
I don't have
covering for
long.
the bounty. And let's say then Andrew's more middle position than Button, obviously, because you'd have you know, only the big blind left. But he can even fold to make another page jump, right?
Yeah,
So
that's a
that
good
is
point.
Something that can happen. I've seen Spraggy talk about that a lot on stream as well. So definitely something we could potentially see. Who knows? But yeah, definitely still got that 17.5k bounty in play, so there'll definitely be some more bounty hunting.
Seat 3 fold. Seat 4. Oh my god. I made the worst fold ever.
Oh no, Luke's found out that his ace queen was good. In the hand where he bet folded to Rory on the turn check raise. So
We probably see Luke shoving the next hand. Tilt coming out. No. Look, that was an amazing spot.
I've got
a
one
draw
big blind.
bluff, and I think a lot of the time players can get a little bit caught in having such a strong kind of showdown value hand and just flat that. To turn Queen 8 into a bluff there really takes a certain type of skill and understanding of the game for the spot from Rory. So I thought that was an amazing shove, and yeah, obviously got it through and has a very, very big stack because of it. So I adored the play. Really.
yeah, there's many oftentimes not so obvious benefits of aggression, and just another example of it.
Yeah.
Has the luxury now of opening up the 9-8 suited in the cutoff
I've got
with the chip.
just under 1B.
Yeah, great spot to be in for Nathan. Is every time Andrew's folded, you've got a lot of pressure on all of these other stacks.
Just watch the stream. If you're shoving every queen next to them, my hand's so bad to fold.
Yeah, no, you. Sorry, I thought
That's rude. Can you give me 125?
Did Nathan limp the cutoff here?
Just give me some blue so I can
Oh, he did.
No,
My
not
apologies.
125.
Interesting.
I did think he saw.
Yeah, I said 125.
125.
Yeah, it came out bad.
Just flat and see a relatively cheap flop.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I would default to open raising here, just because your opponents are going to have to tighten up quite a bit.
All the open to be gone, yeah. So
Chips are so valuable at this stage in the tournament as well. We see Kazadi flopping best with 2 pair, queens and 3s here on this board. Not a lot of anything else. But yeah,
No, I
I
think it's
do
my
agree. I think when you've got the
Yeah,
chip
that's
lead in a
pretty
mystery bounty, you've got some short stacks, just accumulating those chips. And let's say yourself or someone else pulls that next mystery bounty, it is the 17.5k. Even in the next
Yeah,
two,
I think,
three
I think she's made
pulls,
like 3 or 4.
having those extra chips is so
I know.
valuable then for the ICM implications and going towards obviously heads up and trying to think further.
Well, she's running this more than she's
just,
playing a tournament.
So
Yeah, throughout the course of a tournament, you're going to be in situations that are very advantageous, and there's going to be situations where you need to play very ABC. So it's important to recognize the times where things are in your favor and accumulate as much as you can while you can, because things change in a hurry.
absolutely. And I like the bluff on the turn from Chris. It doesn't really have any equity, so it just can potentially take it away with their hands. Obviously, there's no pressure on the flop. Just calls under it. Pre-flop as well, so does check back and give up on the I'm
chip leading.
Taking a nice pot. I love that name, Gazardi. It's reminding me of the tennis a little bit. You know, you got Massetti?
Did he just win in the semis?
He actually unfortunately got injured.
No, actually, I was at that match. I was making a joke that didn't land on Gazardi. But yeah, actually, Josh and I went to the match between Novak and Musetti, and Musetti looked incredible.
He's awesome.
And yeah, that was a shame that one ended the way it did. But now that he's through, I'm pulling for Novak to pull off the upset. As increasingly old man myself, I find myself rooting for people like Novak.
No, absolutely. I was at the Massetti Fritz game, so the one before. Definitely a good match. Really, awesome to watch. Top 5 player play. Just they're incredible, the skill boys they have.
The women's final is going to be awesome tonight too. Both of those players looked like unbeatable on their way. Just machines.
Absolutely, they're playing very, very well. And Andrew now it's 0.8. So this does, as we mentioned before, the 1.1, it does matter a little bit because particularly now in this position, if you limped with one big, and then Nathan was to open rip, which makes a lot of sense, which he's probably going to do here. Potentially, no, he's just going to flat. A little bit of a trap almost with the ace-jack off here. Oh no, he's raised to 200. My apologies.
The other scary thing about putting in like big jams at a final table is you don't know if people are going to fold the hands that they're supposed to fold. And so like part of the reason you'll see a lot of big jams in maybe high stakes online tournaments where people are more familiar with all of the theory.
Oh wow. I think we've seen a shove from Gazardi with the A7 suited here. This could be a ginormous pot if Nathan does call it off. Obviously we've got the blind still to get through as well. Chris does snap fold, Rory does snap fold. So we will get back to Nathan, who I'm assuming will fold.
He lets it go. He assumes Gazardi's only shoving super strong here. And yeah, Gazardi is getting himself in an incredibly nice spot here with a shot at the bounty, a shot at a juicy pot, having, very little of his own stack at risk.
And I think that was my point a little bit about open shoving with that sort of hand for Nathan, or trapping. Because this can happen, right? You get a shove from a worse hand, you end up folding an ace. Yes! And he's gonna hold with the king four. Andrew.
Everyone else is celebrating.
He's very flexible when it picks. Back in it.
Yeah. Andrew's story. He's a double away from having enough bigs to make some moves other than just all in.
Look, being a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, a St. Kilda Saints fan, I am a massive Cinderella story, believer, underdog believer. So,
Oh, sorry, you got 33.
although they usually end up losing in the end anyway with my teams, but I'm definitely rooting for Andrew here. Who's been so patient, and it takes so much discipline. I mean, if I had ace-10 suited in his spot, I would have absolutely snapped it in. In an Uber home. So the fact that he's still in this tournament, alive and kicking, picked up a few pay jobs is really awesome, and gets rewarded there. Picking up the 4 for the pair, and back to obviously not a comfortable stack depth, but one more double up, and he's actually starting to take a lead over a few of his opponents.
Yeah, there it is. He had 0.8 BBs to start that hand. Now he's got 5.
Check the yellow.
The power of the short stack. You end up getting a really nice price on your money just due to the presence of the big blind, the presence of the blinds, which oftentimes end up getting folded out. You end up in spots where you can, 3, 4, 5x your money just running it against one other hand. So just more evidence of, not giving up just because you're down to your last big blind or two.
Definitely. Should be a maybe he's chipping a chair story. When he's one day, a grandparent to tell the kids, tell the grandkids.
Yeah, two chips for the race.
I won the Mega Mystery when I was down to less than a bit.
The inaugural Melbourne Millions Mega Mystery Bounty. Wait, have you seen the trophies?
I have, actually.
I like those.
Mainly in my dreams, Eric, as opposed to I have seen them live as well. But absolutely, and you're wondering kind of where we're streaming from, where we're heading out from. Playlive Melbourne. Come down, South Melbourne, 129 York Street. Gorgeous location. Was saying before, a few nice.
Tell me about it.
Eats close by. You got your lobster rolls. If you're a burger person.
Oh, they just ordered. So.
If you're actually went to a nice, I worked in Vice, went to a nice Greek place the other day. Very, very good food. Right next to
I think
Smith
so.
and
I
Burger
think,
Cecil Street, I want to say. Just a 2-minute walk away from Playlive. Lovely food, actually. Really, really nice, healthy. So come down, get a meal, play some poker, and have a great time.
And some of the best food in the area is actually right here at Playlive. The part of the hospitality fee gets you lunch, dinner, dessert, snacks, drinks, and the stuff that comes out of the kitchen is absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely. I remember one of my first tournaments at Playlive. I was my second bullet down in the Mystery Bounty. Bit of a short stack going, and the food came, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'm gonna take this. This has made my evening. So no, it's definitely some lovely food. I've had tacos, a bit of a bao. I think I'm maybe not pronouncing that right, but a barbecue bao.
I haven't known what I've been eating for most of the nights, but it's been delicious, and we haven't had a repeat yet. I know Bridges' wife Nee made her world famous butter chicken last night, and I grew to quickly understand why it's world famous. And as Playlive was closing up last night, all the employees had like their butter chicken to go, and were making jokes about like taking each other's. So it's good stuff, and it's got that home cooked feel to it with genuinely like a family type environment just amongst the staff and players. Great place to play. Like instantly became my favorite place to play, and that's not saying that lightly.
No, I've absolutely had the same experience, Eric, being here. And if there's anything better than playing poker itself, it's playing poker with a beautiful meal at the side of it. So no, definitely get down, have a go, get in some tourneys. As I mentioned before on the stream, I'm in the Turbo Mystery tomorrow, so might see me there punting. So yeah, very very exciting. Obviously got a few more tournaments to go in the millions, so yeah, get in there.
Yeah, come on down. I think registration's still open for the main event, the last flight if you hurry. I've got 260,000 in a bag. Starting stack's 100,000, so looking forward to having some fun on day 2 and beyond starting tomorrow.
That sounds good.
No satellite for the Blizzard. I know we got asked that question earlier. Sorry, I'm just checking my phone now. No Satty, just a 7 p.m. start time. Come down and check it out.
Absolutely. And we've pretty much seen check on this board. We had an isolation raise on the button from Chris. Having the ace-4 suit, not really connecting at all with the board suits or pair-wise, has just decided to check back.
Sorry guys, oh shit. Don't give me an order.
Check. So
See if Chris finds the bluff here.
Yeah. You could see obviously he's definitely got some Jack X in his range. Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, all potentially there, which do get there now. So could potentially have a little bit of a bluff here. Gazardi, I guess at the bottom, or near the bottom of his range.
But you feel bad
as well.
There's one game I played. I said to the guys, I'm only going to play an hour. And I said, you know what, I won't even play. I'm like, oh no, it's fine, just play. And I went to go home after an hour and a half. Like,
Looks like Chris is going for it.
yeah,
That depends. How much he actually does go for here. Both pretty deep. At stage 20.
he's slightly chill. Depends on the person. I was winning, and that's the first time at the home game. I didn't
Here, let's go for 300,000. I do find a little bit of a live tell thing. I'm not sure if you find this, Eric, but people tend to bluff even amounts a lot of the time. That's what it's something I've found. I know it sounds very, very weird, but I tend to find that about myself, that I do that sometimes, that I will make it a very even amount. So 300k, maybe that's a tell, but Gazardi, he just has that face that he wants to call. Doesn't he? Like,
Real easy to put people on overs that miss, trying to represent a jack. So in addition to trying to be balanced when you're bluffing in Chris's shoes here, you know, you're trying to handicap. Am I an idiot for trying to bluff at all here? You know.
I'm tilting.
Absolutely. And personally, I think this particular card, I actually
No,
don't
it's not
hate.
parading.
If Chris just
I
made it like 800,
My fault's bad.
I think you're very, very polarized here. You have a hand exactly like this, like an ace-4 suited, ace-3 suited, ace-deuce suited, maybe an ace-king or something, or you have queen-jack, you have ace-jack. So making it just 800k and representing range, Gazardi has the exact type of hand that can fold. And even if, let's say Gazardi had sixes or something here, it'd probably flick him the call, let's be honest, but it'd put him in a blend of a spot, having one card to the straight out there. So, and it's pretty reasonable for, you know, Chris to have checked back ace-jack, check back ace-jack again, and then pick up the straight and absolutely blast. So even have a can like queen-jack. Might have bet that on the turn, but king-jack as well. And does flick in the call.
Yep, that would have been a spot where I think going a little bigger might have taken him over the threshold for folding there. But that being said, props to Chris. He's showing aggression in spots that he should, and like if you're sitting there at the table, you know, it looks like he's got a lot of value there. So like Chris is not an easy opponent to play against, and good for him for finding lines like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's easy for us when we can see the cards to go, yeah, that's a really easy call, but it's absolutely not. Having you're playing the board basically. You've got a pair, so obviously you only really base ace and king highs, potential queen highs. So really, really lovely call from Gazardi, and yeah, good bluff attempt from Chris. Obviously, mainly targeting a 6 when you go to 300k. I think it makes a little bit more sense to overbet and just absolutely go for it. But it is a scary thing to do because obviously that's a lot of chips to put up as well in that spot.
I think that's going to happen
and,
probably about 0
But
if it does.
If it does,
really, really nice pick off from Gazardi, who now.
Yeah, so let's see what Gazardi does now, because he is the chip leader, but he just showed us, you know, the tendency to play passive the way he played those pocket threes. So in a position where aggression might be a friend of his, but it might not be a style that he's super comfortable with. So let's see.
Absolutely. And we saw actually the aggression factor pop up on the screen before, and what I really liked is that it's really dependent on your situation, on the play style, on the moment, how useful the aggression factor can be. Andrew was actually much lowest on 8%, but obviously that's plays with how he's done. So seeing our chip counts as well, very short. A few people very short now, Ben, Luke, and Andrew. And then we've kind of got two little bit runaway chip leaders in Gazardi and Nathan, which could change at any moment with one semi-significant pot between Rory or Chris, who are both at about the 35 big blind mark there as well.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew made another tight lay down there in the big blind. That would have been a spot where you can flick in one big blind and kind of decide if it's a flop you want to go with or not. And there's still a very real route where you don't bust after seeing 3 cards there. So would have liked to see him flick it in there and see 3, but instead he's had some success with some ladders recently. You know, making some laydowns, so he's continuing down this route, and let's see if he can spin it back up.
Yeah, 100%. I like your point there as well. I think the other thing to consider is 1.8 bigs at this point is not that much different to 2.8, really. It's not too much of a difference. Flicking it in, and then, yeah, if you pick up equity, you should just go with it at this point, and yeah, potentially get there. But, you know, obviously, as we've said, paying passive and getting those pay jumps has worked to his advantage so far. We'll see. Chris flicking the Jack 9 suited, and now Rory has King 10 suited in the cutoff, and I think with
That was not my fault.
opening range he's had to show so far, he has been
Don't tell
reaching
Brian.
to the stream limit in the past as well. Potential 3-backs would be on the cards. This is a really nice hand
Yeah,
to do
well,
it.
ruining the game flow.
Flat, I believe. If I've got my chip denominations correct, which I do.
Don't say sorry.
Right.
Say sorry, it's
With
actually
Andrew
fucked up.
behind,
Effed over.
interesting consideration whether you think
Get the bleep up now.
a squeeze in this spot gets Andrew out a huge portion of the time. You know, some of this overcall might be designed to let Andrew in the pot more.
Yes.
And I was asking if we'd see increased aggression from Gazzardi, and we're seeing it here. Really opening up with the 8-4 suited from early position.
Absolutely. Tips in the call for the ace deuce. So we'll go 4 ways to a flop here. Quite a significant pot, really, as well, for whoever does come home with it. And we've got a pretty action flop. Top pair, reasonable kicker with a gut shot for Rory, and bottom two pair for Chris. See how this one plays out, but yeah, definitely some big hands here.
Yeah, yet hands that aren't thrilled to get a ton of chips in. So here it's kind of the balance between, you know, being okay with taking the pot down at the same time not wanting to bloat a pot that with a hand that, you know, isn't worth a whole lot of multiples of this pot.
Absolutely. And this is where ICM makes it so interesting on these final tables. Having a hand like King 10 here, even Jack 9 really, is quite scary because you're at this stage where you've got about 30, 35 bigs. You've got 3 stacks way below you. And potentially making those 3 pay jumps obviously has a lot of value. So definitely be interesting to see if players, which obviously Rory's done before, using it to advantage on a bluff, can they use it to their advantage? Obviously, we'll have to see, particularly with the turn rule being so important. It's quite a wet board. We'll see what changes on the turn. That's a weird card. That's a weird card. Rory takes the lead, obviously with the better 2 pair now, but 1 to a straight.
Yeah, and both players probably more than happy to check this to a river, both thinking they've got some showdown value, but not in good shape against any hand that continues versus a bet.
Absolutely, and the only thing I'll mention is we have seen Rory
I know, fucking hell.
I don't want to be
use
with one hand.
this sort of hand as a bluff. You know, having a lot of showdown value, but actually using it as a bluff really in a really big spot. So it does check it back, and I think you're right. Obviously, both having a pretty solid showdown with the 2 pair.
Somewhere.
It can be hard to find enough bluffs if you're Chris in this spot because you bet the flop 4 ways. So like almost all of your hands are gonna have some interaction with this final board. Jack.
On the turn, so it does look like kind of the exact hand he has.
Yeah.
Just moving it over now.
I'm gonna make it there, bro. 24 minutes.
Does look to check, and I think, as you mentioned, we should see a check back here from Rory. Particularly seeing 2 checks from Chris now. As you said, he bet the flop. Probably makes a lot of sense for him to have this sort of hand. Only hands that you don't really beat are something like 9s or jacks.
Okay, he went really small, and against Chris's particular hand, this is basically the perfect bet.
Such an annoying spot to be in.
Good luck.
And he already has that kind of face. It's just like, oh no. Probably have to flick it in. He's probably bluffing
Oh yeah.
a percentage of the time, like 10 to 20% that you can flick it in. Does
Yeah.
do so, and it will see bad.
Yeah, very nice for Rory. Like, even just picking up that extra 150 from your opponent on your right stack and putting it in your stack just improves your overall position so much. You know, it's that player on your right is now going to have to open just a little bit tighter and give you more opportunities to open a little bit wider.
Absolutely. And a lot of props to props, I should
It's
say.
actually
to
not the
Rory
worst,
so
to be
far.
honest.
Just
It's
a
like-
few of the
It's
players
drinking quite easy.
Like Stereosonic, like
utilize
20,
bet sizing
21,
in that
20,
pot was
2012
really,
or
really
something.
Could use a
smart.
lime, I suppose.
Kind of capped his opponent on a
Yeah,
certain
it's
range.
also less.
Put in the small bet to get
Now I
a little
feel
bit of
really
value
old.
from the Jack 9 was really, really
Stereosonic actually
intelligent
showed
play.
just like that.
Obviously had that amazing shove before.
And spots like that, it's really hard, and probably a spot where players are under bluffing massively. So in a spot like that where it's going to be super hard for your opponent to find check raise bluffs, you know, it kind of opens the door to be able to bet whatever amount your hand wants to bet. So yeah, just kind of interesting spot that anywhere you can find where you think your opponents are either over bluffing or under bluffing, you can really start to deviate from GTO, and the players that do that best and recognize those spots and take advantage seem to do really well in live poker.
Absolutely, no, definitely, and yeah, has been utilizing that well. And Nathan, love your mystery bounties. Just shove the 8-4, trying to chase Luke's bounty.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh, picks up a gut shot on the turn.
Shoot.
Oh no, no.
Not a fun final table for Luke. Obviously going to have some what ifs with the ace queen hand, and takes the beat there. Just someone going for the bounty hunt on him, but
Absolutely.
not sure if you caught his commentary in the booth the other night, but Luke Martinelli is an excellent poker player and has an excellent mindset and perspective, and I'm sure he will be back at the Playlive featured table many times.
Absolutely, no, definitely had a really good run.
I feel like I actually feel like it's gonna be either.
All right, is this the 17.5K bounty, the largest remaining?
The other
That
way.
would be so funny. Some players are like, what the fuck is this guy?
You know what?
Folding
I
ace
think
jack.
he's starting to get a little bit frustrated with these 500s. And maybe
I
that's
will
the
need
reason.
to.
He tried pulling one to the left, now he tried pulling one to the right. Next time,
Just rip the envelope up, honestly. You know,
Did ace 5 make it straight?
got to switch it up, get something working. But no, definitely makes sense to just try to get in for that bounty there. He's got the chips to do it. I believe
Ace 5 would have made straight, yeah?
Ben
It was 2, 3, 4.
was in, oh, was he big blind? Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay, yeah, so kind of shoving.
Oh, I saw him.
I saw Luke had Katie Lowe on his rail. She went deep. I think she came in 5th or 6th place in the mini main the other day, and she pulled off a sick, like, check raise barrel off bluff at the final table. And I stopped in here in the booth a little bit when Josh and Luke were calling the action, and you could tell the look on the rest of the players at the final table. They were not having fun playing against Katie the Lethal Weapon Lowe.
Awesome to see, and it's probably been left in the cold a bit here. Just forgot to mention, but Andrew, he's made another pay jump. I mean, this guy, the patience he showed is absolutely paid off. And he's got another little pay jump there, so definitely really making these jumps. And can he make even more? We'll have to see. Obviously, the least he's guaranteed now is 5.7K.
Yeah, how about
2.6K jump? That's a lot in this tournament, particularly with the buy-in. So, no, definitely awesome to see. I'm gonna catch up on chat a little bit here. Having a look. Jack Romeo is out for a seafood dinner. Thank you, Jack Romeo, for letting us know that. I appreciate it. I would like a nice seafood dinner, actually. Mate, that does sound lovely. So we go to a flop 4 ways here. 10, 7, 4 of clubs. Chris way out in front with his top pair, top kicker. Gazardi does have bottom pair, not the strongest. Bottom pair. Not too much club interaction either.
Of course. Of course.
Predict Penn first and Rory second. We'll see. We will see.
Yeah, let us know your predictions in the chat. Let us know who you're pulling for, who you think's gonna win, who you think's gonna pull the 17.5K bounty.
Rory's GG and Luke, yeah. That's a sick beat. We've all had them. Anyone who's played poker enough has seen that sort of river in their life. Unfortunate for Luke, but did play very well to get to that stage. First place. So, yeah, unlucky. Happens to the best of us. Definitely, and another ladder for Andrew, my hero. Yeah, he's
less than one minute before.
I had one big
Andrew,
dream.
my idol.
I had a dream.
Big shout out to Andrew, loving it. He's got a lot of love out in the chat. Let's go Nathan Bryan as well. Give him a shout out. Love it.
What an adventure Andrew has been on. Let's see if he can ride the 2BB stack to second place.
We'll see.
Just ladder all the way to second.
You never know. You never know. And look, he's in the hijack now, so he will have 2 hands before the big blind, and then he's pretty much forced all in at that point. But I did say that last time, and he managed to get away and get a chip up. So
it's so funny when you get in these spots. It feels like you keep getting dealt like marginal spots where you're not sure to put it in or not. Seems that way when you're a little bit on the fence. That you keep the deck just finds you with difficult decision after difficult decision. It feels like sometimes.
Nathan might have been listening to us in the booth. He has actually made the adjustment. Exact same hand, exact same position, does elect to raise instead of limp this time. And Gazardi, who's quite high up in his range to be flatting out of the small blind with ace queen, does elect just to flat. And I like this when he's covered. The only person, I believe, that covers him at the table.
Yeah.
I do like the flat more than a re-raise, because if you get 4-bet, you put in a re-raise.
Yeah, I like this as well, and I think amongst the big stacks here, you're gonna have an easier time realizing your equity. Big stack on big stack here, just because neither player is super motivated to bloat the pot. I think it depends on your opponent. If your opponent's someone that's just gonna keep blasting, you kind of gotta buckle up. But against an opponent who's going to be very ICM aware and passive and using small sizings, if you have a fairly deep stack, it doesn't mean you have to tighten up all the way pre-flop. Like you can see some speculative hands, especially out of the big blind, just because of how rare your stack actually ends up in the middle. I think it's really easy to overdo it with ICM, especially when you have some depth to your stack.
Absolutely. And with the 7 pairing the board on the turn, 9-8 kind of just giving up here, checking back. If that makes sense. He picked up a 10, maybe a 6.
And you know what?
Spade, good barrel, even a 9 or an 8, of course. But he's going to actually reopen, go for a bit of a bluff. And I don't mind this on the jack. Obviously, he's got some king and jack, ace jack. Potentially, he takes this line. And the ace queen is going to be put in a little bit of a difficult spot. Particularly with this bet sizing half pot, it does just look a lot. Or maybe even an aces or kings that kind of check back for a little bit of.
I like, you know that hand that you're on stream?
And we see Nathan going for the bluff against Gazardi, even after Gazardi showed the stickiness with the pocket 3s a few hands ago.
Absolutely. Do like Gazardi's, looking for the word for it, but just his kind of demeanor at the table. I think he's someone that I'd look across and go, I have no idea what this guy's thinking.
Yeah, he's got a presence.
Definitely got a presence. Definitely someone to be scared of.
The non-forward now.
On particularly the poker table, not on the street, looks a lovely guy, but yeah, on the poker table, definitely the guy I'd be a bit wary of. And he's mulling this one over. I think it is something you can potentially call. I think when you take this check, bet, check, bet line can be a little bit non-believable sometimes. Obviously, he blocks some hands that he might do this with, like aces, potentially queens. So we'll see what he does do. But he does kind of have to put him on a hand exactly like this. We've got to make this call. And again, I'll say he just has that face that he wants to call. And it'd be terrifying on a final table, massive money up top, with this bloke staring me down. I'd be shaking my boots. Honestly, I'm up in the booth, away from him, and I'm still terrified. So we'll see what he does eventually decide though.
Yeah, it might look easy at home, but when you're sitting at the table, you both cannot see the cards, and I mean you're sitting there with another human, and you both really want to win, and you're not certain of a whole lot, and one of the things that makes poker, so amazing and enjoyed by so many people. Like, where else do you get this kind of a rush?
I made it to the break.
Your break, please.
All right, I think we're going to break. Gazzardi did make the laydown, so a nice bluff there from Nathan O'Brien. And he's got the chip lead. We've got two shorties. We're going to go to a 15-minute break here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street. We'll be back in about 15. Hope you'll join us. Tell your friends. Go get yourself a beverage. And we'll see you back in a bit.
There'll still be a phone in there. That's my other one. Don't need that. don't even want to watch the stream because there's commentators going to be this guy.
Welcome back
Hey guys,
here in the booth. Play live, Mega Mystery Bounty Day 2. We've got 6 players left. A lot of action
Normally do not play
so
like
far.
this.
Some really, really awesome spots.
The other day.
There's been some really crazy spots. We did lose Luke last, I believe, in 7th place.
Yeah, and looks like we've got 2 short stacks coming back. If you just joined us, this is our Mega Mystery Bounty event, and we have a 17.5K bounty left. The biggest bounty was 25K. That got pulled. But still a 17.5K bounty up for grabs between these 6 players. So in addition to playing for the $31,000 first prize and trophy, still quite a bit of bounty money to be had.
We've got an early jam. Ben ripping the King Jack off in the cutoff makes a lot of sense. Off the 6.6 big blind stack. What's funny about this, if he does get called and lose, Andrew will chip up, will get another pay jump, and we're going to see Rizardi go super wide for that bounty, just jamming. We did talk about this earlier. Rory picking up the 6s. Now this is a spot.
Wow.
This is a spot to be in. Oh my, does he cover Ghazardi is an important question. I don't think he does. I think he's absolutely just off.
On the top, it looks like he covers by 20,000?
20,000.
But
Wow.
now, I don't know, does that take into account him posting the big blind and ante? Like, it's something I would want to make sure of before I made a decision here, for sure.
I think if you cover both, it's definitely sways the decision towards a call for me.
Yeah.
2 bounties. Ghazardi has been shown to shove pretty wide. He actually did shove a 7 suited in another spot and got it through. That was shown down. So having 6s in the spot, he's going to be ahead of some hands. Yeah, you're going to run into it sometimes, but sometimes he's going to have a little bit of a nonsense, like a 10-3 suited, 10-3 off, sorry.
And then if you're Rory also, you're feeling good about how you've been playing. Things have been going well for him. Do you really want to just, leave your fate up to the deck in a spot like this? It's
crazy.
Yeah, it's tempting to want to just keep playing and chipping away as well. So let's see if he goes for it.
He does flick it in the mark. It's going to be tough to see 10-3 off after flicking that one in the mark. He did seem pretty pained on the decision. Does put it in there, and I do understand, as you said before, having the ability to just keep the momentum going. He's been playing good poker. Why we want to leave it up to the fate of the deck. And sometimes he's just going to have aces, to be honest. So
right.
Queen 3, Queen 9, 2 flop. 10's dead.
More fun for Rory seeing the 6 here.
Oh dear. I did just notice that.
I've got one.
Yeah, this is a brutal game. So, but Luke had a hand not go his way that was probably stinging him. Andrew laid down the 7-4 when he would have flopped a boat. Now Rory folding the 6s in a spot where I'm sure he considered calling and would have won. Like, this is truly good reality television where you get to see people struggle with and have to deal with the what ifs that happen in poker tournaments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, jab. I can fold it. Yes.
Obviously, Rory can be like, why didn't Ghazardi just fold his 10-3?
Your head really wanders away and can run away with itself in poker. Definitely after those spots. I've definitely lost sleep over those sorts of spots in my life. So yeah, definitely a tough one there. And I think 6s you can really go either way. It's very, very, very close. I think if you've got something like 7s or 8s, a lot more likely to call. I'm thinking 8s is pretty much just a call. 7s, 6s, very murky. So
yeah, it feels that way. I'm not self-proclaimed no expert when it comes to exactly what these call-off ranges are supposed to look like.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to be like. Each situation is so unique, as well as like what the size of the bounties are that are left. It's people have to put in a lot of work and look at a lot of different scenarios in order to have a good feel for what's close to correct in these spots.
So I think what's interesting here about Nathan open shoving with the 9s is he did actually do this with the kings earlier. It was over and open, but it was quite a big rip. And just off that, you get the other lot of information. This is probably quite a strong hand.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's doing this with, I don't know, something like 5s or 4s. I think he's doing this with the very top of his range. He likes to just play strong hands very, very openly.
Yep, and if you're paying attention and pick up that information, it's incredibly valuable. Whereas if you weren't paying attention earlier when he did that, you're going to be assigning him a much different range here. And, you know, simply having that information is worth so much in spots like this if you wake up with a close spot behind.
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew has decided to go with it.
I think Forstall in or close to it. He's finally in there. I think he's gone for it.
10! Any 10s in the deck!
We're getting some calls for 10 on the rail.
Not
He didn't
one,
need
but
it.
two.
He's got now 3 10s. And he's held, and we can hear the rail. I think you could hear them from LA or Vegas, to be honest. They are making some noise.
Doyle would be proud.
Andrew has picked up a double up, and that is awesome to see.
Holy shit.
And look at this rail and listen to this environment. Like, yeah. If you're a fan of poker, get down here to Playlive Melbourne. Like, laughter at the table, camaraderie amongst mates. It's all here, and a big part of the experience.
Absolutely. Look, I absolutely adore the APT, but you know, this is better than some rails there. Honestly, like you're seeing some real excitement, which is really awesome.
And we're just getting started too. I mean, this is the inaugural Melbourne Million. So I know we just released some save the dates, as well as a little intrigue mixed in there about some potential partnerships down the road. So if you're not following the Playlive socials, check us out on Instagram, Facebook. We also stream to Twitch and YouTube.
Yep.
Get tapped in because, you know, we're just getting started here at Playlive, and would love for you to be a part of the growth.
Absolutely. No, it's a great environment. Get down and play. You can see it on the rail right now. If you're here as well, it's a really cool place to be. I just even love the design of the room, like having the kind of posters. The atmosphere is really fantastic and welcoming for all types of players. So definitely cool to see. See Lewis over there. Yo to you too in the chat. Love it. Trying to go through it a bit. Settle down, John Gardner. Settle down, John.
Okay, let's see.
Andrew has an interesting hand. Ben's limped with the ace jack, so he can just flick in the call on the small blind here, and he does.
Yeah, that's a welcome spot for Andrew to be able to see a flop here.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely. If you've got 3 bigs, to see a flop here is a little bit of a miracle, but definitely. We see an ace 3-7 flop. Ben obviously top pair, strong kicker. We could see Andrew jam potentially with this combo. He doesn't. He does check. Just trying to get it in against something like 5-6 of spades, or just any kind of flush draw. You know,
a worse 7, a tray like.
I was about to say ace 3. That doesn't make any sense. King 3, something like that.
Sure.
2 pair, he would be in a little bit of a jiffy there, but yeah, definitely could look to open jam.
And he is by far the shortest stack again here after Benjamin Pocket found the double. Or did Ben double, or what happened to our 2 short stack scenario?
Yeah,
okay.
With the King Jack into 10-3.
Gotcha.
The 6s, yeah. So.
Sorry, I've been playing so much poker and seeing so much poker. Sometimes it all blends together, and I gotta re-figure out where I'm at.
So fair. So fair. Exactly the same. Andrew does fold.
I folded second pair.
And
there.
look, it's kind of less valuable for him to double up now, just because you've got pretty even stacks between other players.
Yeah.
So you're more banking on one of them busting
Yeah.
or making a pay jump, really, is kind of your hope now. And we have seen some pretty insane all-ins and people not scared to play really big pots.
It's hard to switch modes too when you've kind of like resigned yourself to making some laydowns and like seeing what happens, and it's been going okay, and everyone's having a blast with it. Like, it's really tough to switch modes and stick it in with something when you kind of just want to ride the wave of what's been going on.
I have.
Doesn't matter. It's not
Absolutely.
like he's not putting it in.
Let me see the players. They're having a lot of fun. Good table tour.
135.
Obviously, it's a big spot for them,
135.
but a lot of laughter, a lot of
I feel
laughs.
like
Great to see. I was in the Nightcrawler 2 weeks ago now. Built up a bit of a stack, but got absolutely destroyed. So, but I had an absolute great time. Just the table talk was really great. It was fun. So, at the end of the day, if you take away some money, it's a lot of fun just to have a chat with everyone and enjoy it.
Yeah, and this is the final table. There's good banter going on even at the final table when the tension and the stakes are the highest. Come down here for day one, level 1 of a tournament sometime, and you are going to find some of the best humor going around a poker table anywhere in the world. It's been a general impression of mine of Australia as well. Coming here for the first time as an American, I love the sense of humor down here.
1,000,000%. Yeah, us Aussies, like to make our jokes. Definitely get involved with it.
And it's such a good match for poker as well, just because, when you choose to play a poker tournament, you're going to get in some ridiculous situations, and sometimes humor's the best way to deal with some of the stuff that you encounter in a poker tournament. And it seems like a great match, and look forward to the future of Playlive.
1,000,000%. Rory quietly cooking here. See from Thrillhouse in the chat. He is. He's been making some moves, playing some really good poker. Got the King 6 suited here in the hijack. Has raised it up for a min raise. See how that is responded to. Which one is Peng? It is seat 3. Andrew Peng. He's got 2.7 bigs left in his stack.
And Thrillhouse in the chat says Rory quietly cooking here, and I would have to agree. He seems very composed. He made the laydown with 6s, which I'm sure wasn't fun for him to see. He would have had at least 1 knockout and a pile of chips, but see him getting right back to work here with a suited king, which is a hand class that you do see in the opening range here, especially with some chips. Yeah, that's one of the, when you get towards the final table and stacks, shallow out, you're going to see a shift from, suited, connected type hands. You're going to see some of those hands leave, and you're going to see more blocker oriented hands enter the range, and King 6 suited, certainly a hand that fits that description.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a nice one, for a potential 3-bet for an open. This is a little bit of a spot. King 4 suited, 2.7 bigs. Your 2 hands off the big blind. Are you going to see a better hand in the next 2 hands? It's really close. The thing is, you're looking for someone else to bust, but the other players know that, and they're going to try to play as passively as possible until Andrew has busted, and then try to double up from there. So he has shoved.
There it is.
It in. Nathan with King Deuce. Covering the table, that could be a shove candidate, and lucky he doesn't, because Ben has picked up a huge hand on the button.
Yeah, dream spot for Ben to go after a bounty with a solid hand.
I would have just taken a little bit more time than if I was Ben. I think that is a little bit tell of a strong hand just putting it in so quickly, but obviously get your money in there anyway. He's got a very strong hand. This is a little bit of a spot. Now 2 bounties in play. We've still got that 17.5k out there from Gazardi with the 9/8 suited. Is he in the mood to gamble is the question. He'd be left with about 15 bigs left if he did lose. So still a playable stack. Does he want to gamble? We'll have to see. But he's definitely having a think about it, and he'll definitely get a count of Ben's stack as well. And this is where, just mentioned it before, those live tells are so important in live poker, because if Ben had just waited an extra maybe 20-30 seconds, just taken a little bit of his time, made it look like he had a decision and jammed, Gazardi could be swayed on either side. But just because he put it in so quickly, I think he's lent to more hands like 10s, 9s, jacks, ace king, ace queen is the range I'd be putting him to now.
Yep. Certainly, if you can pick up something reliable like that, that information can be worth a lot of money.
I'm not sure if Gazardi, but even just that little smile, little laugh there, just looks comfortable. And Gazardi makes the correct fold there. Looks really, really relaxed.
And what a skill or ability to have, because certainly far from, it's a stressful situation.
Absolutely.
So just having the ability to kind of be in flow and just make decisions really as yourself is, a hugely important quality as a poker player. Or, big spots are big spots. Even seasoned pros are going to feel the pressure of a final table. I believe it's also a skill to, be able to play well while you feel that pressure. I don't think the pressure is always necessarily going to go away, and you can't mentally figure something out that you're just going to be totally zen out there. So It's a skill to just one way to put it is just not freak out when you're out there too.
Absolutely. And I think Chris did have the queen 4 off there, but he's mulling it over. I thought about the 7-6 suited hand when he picked up the 25k bounty. I think he's mulling it. Doesn't end up folding. 10's holding for now, but a gut shot. Diamond backdoor as well. And he hits it.
Andrew's not going anywhere. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Wow.
What happened?
Give Andrew the trophy. I mean, at this point, this run he's been on with this stack has been truly incredible.
And now he's got a very playable 8 big blinds.
And he doubles through maybe the second shortest stack at the table. So, yeah, Andrew hanging around.
I was actually wanting a fold, even though I did it in grade there. I'm like,
See some of the action in the background there behind the rail. We got one of the tables. I'm guessing that is a main event table.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
We got 2 floors here at Playlive. I'm sure the lower floor is full today, and a handful of other tables going on upstairs.
It's actually really sick how big it is. Honestly, I was a bit surprised when I came upstairs for the first time. I was like, oh, another 40 odd tables. It's really cool, and you've got the same, hospitality, drinks, food upstairs as well, which is sick. So, yeah, definitely a really cool venue, whether you're up or downstairs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful space, and I've been told it didn't look this good when Playlive first moved in here. A lot of work has been done, so for the staff and the players that have been here since day one, it's been a cool experience to see things kind of come together, I think.
Absolutely. Pretty standard. Raise on the button from the ace-5 off from Gazardi. Gets 2 folds from the big blind and small blind.
you know what? You fold, you can still get that 18 grand.
You can see a bit of a rehash on his stacks. Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that was coming up, I swear. But that's a really good timing. But Nathan out in the lead now, pretty solidly with the 12 big blind lead at 2.5 million. Rory, Gazardi, pretty similar, 30 big blind stats.
I got us at about a 26, 27 BB average. So there's definitely some depth out here.
I don't even consider finishing.
Yeah, there's going to be some high-level poker to be played here. Obviously, when there are short stacks, sometimes the bounty dynamics take over and drive the action. But we're going to see some fun, intricate pots before things are said and done here at this final table. And looking forward to calling the action.
Definitely, not loving it. Up here, lovely booth.
Yeah, it's chill. We got like a nice couch. They made it super easy to kind of just come in here and relax and just be yourself and talk some poker.
Absolutely. No, I feel like I'm just at home studying, watching some, old Spraggy or Poker Go or Trident, this sort of thing. Love it. No, it's nice and comfy. Very good. Andrew in the big. He's quite short, as mentioned, with 9-6 off. He's gonna actually flat, which is interesting because he did have a hand before where he did flat 6-5 suit. It was much shorter, but he'll see a flop.
Yep.
Very live, by the way.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Gizzardi was the cutoff.
He's got a straight draw here as well. Can the run good continue?
Another spot that might have been tempting to lead jam just to avoid this situation, although you're not really representing a whole lot.
King 4 holding for now, but a world of outs for Andrew.
Look at all those cards in the top right.
He's actually ahead, even though he's technically behind. Ace on the turn. And he rivers a 3, and Andrew, the dream, the miracle is shattered.
Yeah.
Did a great job to get to that stage, get those pay jumps.
The run comes to an end.
And the one time he was ahead, he's lost, which is classic poker. Does get it in really, really good there for his situation.
Good run for Andrew. Not sure if he's got a bag through to the main event or not, but may have time to try and parlay and late register this into the main event if he has not.
Absolutely. My favorite part of the tournament, the bounty pulling.
Yes, here we go.
Let's see what's in store.
He's been working hard for this one.
A bit of a struggling to get the envelope open. He rips it now. He gets it open. Yeah, all right. We'll see what side it comes out. It's going really slow. Oh, okay. We're going to get a bit of a reveal. There's a 0. There's another 0.
He's going to read others' reactions.
There's a 5.
You're not going to like it.
There could be a comma, but it's not.
Oh, you know what? That 5... The biggest prize is 17.5.
Makes
so
it a good
yeah,
sweat.
that
Makes
is
it
a
a
good
good sweat.
sweat.
Makes
You
it a
don't
good
know if
sweat.
it's a min or if it's the big one.
Makes it a really good sweat. Does pick up $500 for his troubles. A pay jump as well secured, so that's very, very nice. I think the only thing that could be considered about that hand was pretty standard is open jamming on Andrew's part. Obviously, ace high board isn't great for his range anyway, but you do fold out hands exactly like Pizzati has.
Right, might have worked out in that spot.
So that was a consideration. You're kind of just going to get what happened anyway of check, jam anyway. You might as well add the additional equity if you jam or even bet small.
Right.
And potentially fold out those sorts of hands. So that was maybe a consideration there. Gets it in good anyway, and unfortunately he does go down. But no, a great effort to get to 6th place from what he was at when I hopped in the stream and started on the final table.
For sure. So our short stack is eliminated. Now Ben Pocket is the shorty with 15 bigs, but not far behind Chris with 20 bigs. So should see a little more standard poker play now with the sub 10 BB stack out of there.
Definitely, yeah. I think we should be heading more towards that. Obviously, as we've mentioned, that big bounty's still in play, but should see a little bit more ICM pressure. And obviously, these pay jumps, they get bigger the closer we get to that first place prize of 30 odd K. So yeah, should see a little bit more standard. I have seen Gizzardi open a lot of these. He does a really good job as well of mixing in kind of opens and folds with these sorts of hands. Having, obviously being second in chips. All that to open. I'm sure he's thinking about a lot of stuff, even that, the chip leader is in the big blind here as well. Oh, no, not in the big blind, sorry. Oh, no, he is.
Yeah, it's a dead small blind, I think, this hand.
There you go. That's the consideration as well. You're opening into that. Pretty dry flop for both players. should be relatively favoured towards the big blinds. Obviously a 10 high board, 8 and deuce as well.
6-4 check.
Check 2 twice now and has the gut shot to the wheel. Let's see if
6 check.
Gazzardi shows any aggression, decides to check it back instead. And now Nathan didn't really show much interest at considering bluffing into this pot. So if you see Nathan showdown queen 4 here and happen to pick up on his timing on the river there, you know, you can glean a lot from that, I think.
Absolutely, and yeah, another really good example there. I've got a lot more of the live tells type of stuff. Didn't really look interested in the pot. Snap checked all 3 streets. Thought Gazzardi might actually open the pot up a little bit on the turn, just with that gut shot coming in. Obviously, not a terrible card for him. Doesn't really connect super well with Nathan's range, so
yeah,
but does elect to just take the showdown, which is absolutely fine in that situation as well.
Yep, fine but noteworthy for sure.
I'm the other one you should probably say.
But I think I like that about Gazzardi. He's kind of mixing well between showing aggression, between obviously having a little bit more passive play as well. Makes you more respectable. And that, I did say earlier, I'm scared of this type of guy because he's got a little bit of everything in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that with the way he's selecting his hands, and he's thinking of, oh, I love this. The limp with 5-3 suited. We only dream of it, really, of doing this.
6-9 fold. 6-4 call.
A lot of different weapons in the toolbox here. This will be a fun final 5 to call.
And the dynamic of having the shortest stack in the big blind is probably why he's elected to limp this. He has snuck it through. Picks up the second best hand.
6-5 check.
I do like a bet here. I think it just cleans up random hands, you know, like something like 8-9 or 10-9.
6-4 fold.
Obviously, you can see Nathan's got 10-6 suited. That's a good hand to clean up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get rid of that hand. Your hand's not really going to improve much unless you hit a 5 or a 3.
Yeah.
That's nice.
100% agree, especially when you don't suspect to face a ton of aggression. You know, I'm not sure that Nathan's going to be finding, you know, a bunch of tough backdoor straight and flush check raise bluffs. So
absolutely,
when your opponent's frequencies are below what they should be, you can kind of get away with betting more often than you should.
And this is a really interesting card. Obviously, picks up the flush draw. He has the pair to go with it. I love this. I was about to say it. I really like a jam here. Oh, I'm not sure if he has jammed or he's just put down an entire stack, but I think that does cover pretty much what Ben has.
Yeah,
and it just puts exactly this sort of hand under a lot of pressure. Ben didn't shove pre, so he doesn't have a lot of King X. And obviously he's going to be really heavily weighted towards potentially maybe a gut shot or a diamond draw, a hand exactly like 7-6, 8-7, 9-7 that check back before the flop. So I really, really like this jam.
Yeah.
And I think it just puts absolute maximum pressure on exactly the type of hand Ben has. And he's probably going to have to just muck it and find a better spot.
Yep, this bet gets a lot of work done, and it helps having the pair and the flush draw just to fall back on in case you need to run it. I couldn't agree more.
But he's mulling it over, and he has not folded yet, and I think he definitely knows that Gazzardi is capable of this sort of semi-bluff or bluff.
Yep, and I'm sure he's aware that if he folds, he'll be the shortest stack by an even more significant margin. So tempting. It's always tempting if you can put your opponent on a draw to just run it, because, you know, he knows if he does call and win this pot, he's in a much better situation as well.
Definitely. And the thought that runs through your head is, would he do this with a hand like, say, Ace-King or King-Queen? Would he have limped those sorts of hands and then jammed the turn? I'm not 100% sure he would. I think he would be betting a smaller size for value. So this could be a potential combo draw. Now, the problem is he can have something that kind of smashes you, you know, maybe like a pocket threes, a combo draw that has kind of a 10 and a diamond in it, 10-9 suited, something like this. Oh, he's found the call. That is extraordinary from Ben. Wow. Okay. And it maybe just was that notion that he doesn't really have the strongest portion of his range when he takes this line.
Yeah,
But
very
still
well
plenty
could
of
be.
outs. Still plenty of outs. And he hits one of them. Wow.
Gazzardi rewarded with the aggression.
Oh.
What good ended up being a great call by Ben. Just an unlucky river there, but yeah, different river card, and you know, this is a very different situation.
Wow. Amazing call. I love the play from Gazzardi nonetheless. I think with that specific hand, it makes heaps and heaps of sense.
Yeah, likewise. I think.
Bounty time.
Yeah, let's see if Gazzardi mixes up his bounty game here after pulling the 500 last time. Let's see if he sticks with the slow and methodical.
Yeah, let's see. I think that's probably the most interesting part for me is just the way they pull these bounties, the strategy that goes into it.
Moment of truth. There it is.
Hey!
Yes.
Boom.
17.5, guys.
And honestly, not
Wow.
much of a reaction. He's acted as if he's just, you know, kind of...
Plays it cool.
Yeah, that was... Wow. If I just won 17.5, I'd be... There'd be a hole on the roof, really. So I love the calm and collectness. Really speaks to him as a poker player. He's just so relaxed out there on the felt. But this should really change the dynamic. We've got 4 left. It's about who's wins now, really. The bounties are not nearly as important as they were before that 17.5k got pulled. So you're playing for the win now. We've got relatively even stacks across the board.
Yeah, I think the bounties remaining, they're all 2K or less, so strategically you can pretty much just simplify and just ignore that they're even there. Maybe if you end up in a super close spot, sure, the bounty equity can tip you over the edge, but now for sure, you know, the top thing on these players' radar is going after that $31,430 first prize and Playlive trophy.
Absolutely. Well, 4 left. We've seen all of these players play some extremely good poker to get to this stage. Eric, who have you got?
I like the way Rory's handling himself at this table, but you know what? I've played with Chris the most this series. I'm gonna pick Chris the short stack as my dark horse pick here.
I gotta go with Gazzardi. I think he just the demeanor and the way he's been playing.
Yeah, I mean, he's rocking the flip-flops. He just casually pulled the 17.5k bounty.
Only in Australia, mate.
Sit 4 bet 75. Sit 6 fold. Dead button.
All right, here we have a look at the chip counts. You can see Chris is the short stack with 20 BBs. Everyone else 38 or more BBs deep. So plenty of depth left here. It's not like you're just going to see a bunch of open jams from Chris and then a bunch of bounty hunts. We've got ourselves a 4-handed poker tournament for $31,000 and a Playlive Spade trophy.
Those trophies do look sick. They look very, very good.
Agreed.
Mysterious type of guy. Let's go. Crazy though. And the thing is, bro, back to back, I entered one time there, and I've only entered this. One buy-in, no rebuys.
That is not your style. One line is not your style.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone in it. It's anyone's game. Everyone's got a playable stack. Rory, get us back in with the 9s under the gun here. And you should see some pretty normal poker now. Probably we'll just go for the min raise or a slightly above min raise, I think. Maybe
Who's the
120.
button here, Nathan? I think the positions are maybe. Oh, it's a dead button. Okay, that explains it.
Yes.
So this is effectively cutoff button here. Rory from the cutoff. Nathan on the button, choosing to flat the ace-7 suited.
Interesting. Obviously, we're going to see a little bit more wider ranges now with four-handed as opposed to what we've had before as well. So flicks it in. You know, you can kind of 3-bet this hand as well. I don't think it's a ridiculous flat. You know, obviously four-handed, you can get a little bit more involved. You've got quite a big stack as well, so definitely some post-flop playability here.
Yeah, 100% could go either way with this one.
Picks up a 7, backdoor heart. 9's pretty comfortable on this flop. Just the 1 over. Backdoor straight as well for Rory. So definitely a little bit of interaction for both players on this board.
All right, so Rory comes with a small bet. Now, Nathan is in position and covers Rory, so this is a spot where you'll see a lot of passivity from the out of position player, but Rory knows that Nathan's been playing, you know, pretty ABC poker as well, so, you know, it's hard to know exactly what's going on in Rory's head here, but he goes for the small bet, which is kind of something his particular hand is happy to do here.
Absolutely, and it gets a bit uncomfortable on the turn. I'm surprised Nathan doesn't barrel here, picking up the heart draw plus having a pair. Does just elect to check back. And the 8 on the river. So the 9s are good here. Very hard to tell though if they are for Rory. There's a lot of 10x in Nathan's range, I think. Jack 10.
Yep.
Something like a King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited. Could play this way, 10-9. He's just gonna go check.
And I like this line from Rory here.
Absolutely.
He managed to keep the pot small with a hand that, you know, likes about this amount of money going in.
Yeah.
I would guess Rory feels pretty good about the read he's got on his opponents at this point. And with Nathan on his left, feels really good if you're Rory to win this pot here and just kind of set the tone a little bit as we're kind of settling into four-handed play here.
Definitely, and I think for Nathan in that spot, I don't hate, you know, just checking back, obviously having the 7, having a little bit of showdown value, you know, you take away hands like Ace, King, and Ace, Jack, but I think having the Ace is actually a nice card where you unblock a little bit of the Jacks, pocket 9s, just some of the hands that you could potentially double barrel get to fold out there. Picking up equity on the turn, could have seen a pretty big bet on the turn and then maybe a jam as a bluff even on the river, blocking pocket 7s and that sort of thing. So was an option, but just you know, obviously takes the passive line of getting the 7 to showdown, which is fine as well.
Yeah, the thing that you really want to avoid is your opponents being able to, you know, pigeonhole you as the type of player who, you know, is never bluffing in a certain spot. So definitely need to look for places to find aggression with hands that aren't, you know, necessarily top of range hands that just want to put money in.
Definitely, and having the equity is really nice. If you do hit it, you might get paid as well, even if he has a super strong hand. You're not really going to get check raised all in a lot as well. So yeah, definitely was a spot to potentially do it.
Yeah, that said, I do like the check back there with his particular hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
no, it makes sense. You can definitely go both ways.
Oh, here we see a top pair versus top pair situation.
Little mini cooler here, particularly against button. First big blind, four-handed is actually quite significant here. And
so Gazzardi has shown that he will check back some flops. So it'll be interesting to see what Rory makes of the fact that he did bet. It is a small bet, so, you know, he doesn't know it, but Rory's happy to face a small bet here versus a much bigger bet. And he kind of senses that he doesn't really want to bloat this pot just yet.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. There's a lot going on here, I think. Obviously, you're covered, but you do have a hand that does didn't mind getting a bit of protection. I think a check raise was an option there. Obviously, you're running into it a bit here with Gazardi having the ace-10, but, you know, if he has a hand like even the stronger parts of his range, maybe a king-jack, a king-queen of diamonds, you know, you've got good equity against that as well. So could have seen that, but does just elect for the check call, which is absolutely fine as well. And Gazardi on the button, capable player, is going to be opening pretty wide here. So is kind of top of range really here, towards the top of it anyway.
And I like the passive line from Rory, just like we were talking about in the last hand. You know, he probably feels like he's in a pretty good spot here. So yeah, I like taking the lower variance, smaller pot route in a spot like this in particular.
Definitely, and that speaks to, you know, these players completely understanding obviously the implications of the bounties not really having much relevance anymore. So we're playing to obviously get to first, and you want to limit your variance on that as well. So yeah, definitely Rory making the adjustment. We saw Nathan make that adjustment earlier as well. So definitely good to see the players are reading that very, very well. And now 175, not too big of a sizing. I think he will just elect to check call here again, Rory. Having quite a strong hand. Obviously a lot of bluffs Gazardi could potentially go in with here, and we get the 6 on the river. Very
and this very well may go check, and it'll be a tremendous result for Rory to flop top pair against top pair and only lose a pot of this size.
Absolutely, particularly against, you know, obviously such a capable opponent on the button.
We'll see though. Gazardi could go for some value here. He's certainly considering it.
There's not a lot of 5x in Rory's range, I think, when he calls twice here. You know, obviously 5-6, but 5-6 might raise the turn. A hand potentially like 5-4 could play this way, but there's not much. Maybe pocket 5s, but pocket 5s.
Yeah, maybe some diamonds with a 5 in them.
Yeah, some sort of diamond combo.
Which you may have faced aggression with earlier as well.
Absolutely. You don't have the ace of diamonds. You could have ace something like ace-5 diamonds, but I think some of these hands are going to raise the turn. So definitely can seek some value from a worse 10. I think the line that Rory's taken, he does have a 10 a lot of the time.
This is a pretty sick value bet.
Wow, that's not small either. I think that's about 550,000 if my maths is correct. Which it is. Pretty. And he does just flick it in. Straight away. Really, really good value bet. I think Gazardi, just this last 30 minutes, has played some super, super good poker. And yeah, gets a really, really nice value bet in. I personally would have probably just checked back.
I was expecting that to go check. That was really nicely done, and an impactful river bet as well, because there you can see on the chip stacks now he's really distanced himself. The river bet was like 10 BBs, and a 10 BB swing out of your opponent's stack into your stack is just a really big swing, and just adds a lot of pressure to your stack and what you can do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just reading the range well, understanding probably doesn't have most of the 5x in it, even on what, you know, to most players look like a very, very scary river. So yeah, no, quite a sick value bet there. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's easy to just autopilot and just snap check back there when something goes in. So good for him. He's definitely feeling himself here.
Absolutely. And now really takes a commanding chip lead. Obviously, we talked about earlier, quite even. Now separates himself 26 bigs in front of Nathan, who's in second place. Chris getting a little bit short, and now he can kind of open at will. Opens the 10-9 off, four-handed. I really like this.
Yep.
Start to squeeze out those big blinds.
Yeah, it can be easy to take a hand off, especially looking down at a marginal holding like 10-9 off. Good for him for recognizing the situation that he's kind of in the driver's seat and keeping on the gas.
Absolutely. Mini domination here as well, 10-9 against 10-8. You get a pretty non-relevant flop for either player. Not really connecting at all, both just with 10 high. No real straight draw, anything in sight. Guess Nathan does have the 10 of spades. We'll see what Gazardi, I think a C-bet would probably take it down if he does elect to go for that.
Yeah, this is a flop you see leads from the big blind fairly frequently, but in a final table dynamic where you're outchipped by your opponent a lot, I think that frequency goes down a little bit, and as the IP player, you still get to bet a decent amount.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously now having quite a decent advantage over 2 shorter stacks into the chip leader, it is a little bit risky. I do like it though. Obviously, you had the 10 of spades. It's not a bad combo to just try to stab. Could take it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I like that. I didn't think of that. Put that in my in the back pocket for tomorrow for the mystery bounty.
those spots are interesting because if the out of position player is supposed to have some leads and they're dark checking, then you're not supposed to bet very much as the in position player. But if they do have leads as part of their game and then they check, then it's supposed to be a weaker range. So it's part of the beauty of live poker is you're just constantly making assumptions of what type of strategy your opponent is using, and just adjusting on the fly. And it's part of what makes this such a fun dynamic game.
Absolutely. Chris looks down at ace-10, off under the gun, four-handed, may just go for the jam. We'll see if he maybe Mina opens as well. Does have probably just enough to do that, I think.
Goes for the min raise. Be interested to see how. Yeah,
he does just flick it in as a call. I think this will just be a muck from Gazati and we'll go heads up.
Is he gonna play the heater?
Oh yeah, he might. And he will. Okay, he'll flick it in.
10-3 might be a favorite hand too. He ISO'd going for the bounty with 10 Treo earlier.
He did. Maybe the 10-3 off game is on. That'd make it exciting. King high flop. Really nice one for Nathan. Gazati does connect with the 3 though as well.
Chris's min raise may have saved him here because I bet Nathan would have called with a hand this pretty and an opportunity to eliminate Chris.
Absolutely. I do like making a min open off about 14-15 bigs. I think when you get to kind of 12 to 10, you can still go for it a little bit, but it starts getting a little bit dicey. So definitely did elect for that, and obviously, yeah, as you can see, saving the tournament life here. Does go for a C bet. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, this king connects really nicely with his range.
Yeah, tempting flop to do it on the tray is just a brick. Nathan, both Nathan and Gazardi just have a lot of easy snap folds versus bet. So
commentators backing Rory. I have no allegiances, but he's played some good poker today. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just calling it as I see it.
Just calling it as I see it. Bounty's still available. Thank you for that question, Cormac. There is, I hope I'm getting this right, I think it was 1 2K, a 1K, and 2 500. So relatively irrelevant bounties at this stage. We did see Nathan go for the check raise, and both players fold their hands there as well.
Yep, very much. So this is the Mega Mystery Bounty, but at this stage, it's very much playing just like a four-handed end of a vanilla tournament with all the big bounties gone. We had a 25K and a 17.5K bounty that were still live at this final table, which created some fun dynamics, but
Absolutely.
both of those have been drawn. So now we are watching the battle for the largest remaining prize, which is the first place prize of $31,430 and a Playlive Spade trophy. I've just been informed that I think the players are going to play for about another 15 minutes and then bag up to finish this tomorrow. Did I see that note correctly? And I believe that is to give these players an opportunity to late register the final flight of our main event. So Reg must be closing for the main shortly, and some of these players want to take their shot at what's probably going to be near $1 million prize pool here in the main event.
Very exciting. Do wish I could study into it, but I haven't. But no, it'll be fun to see that one as well. Obviously going across 4 days, so we'll see.
All right, let's see. We're getting some messaging here as to what the plan is going to be. In the end, we continued playing.
Ooh.
How are you interpreting?
So I believe we will go on. Gazadi gets a little cheeky shove.
Yeah.
But we are going to play to completion tonight, I believe.
All right, disregard everything I just said.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. That's all right. Chris, quite short now, is at 8.7. Did have the blinds go up to 60K. And Nathan and Gazadi kind of separating himself a little bit from Chris and Rory now. Which means they will obviously have a lot of aggression. Nathan does raise up the king deuce suited. Pretty standard being second in chips here. Gazadi.
He took a second before he folded Queen 6-0 on the button there. He's looking to make moves. He's looking to use his chip lead. I love it.
But again, I like it. I think his demeanor is really, really good. Now, threes is interesting here. I don't completely hate ripping. Maximize fold equity. I think flatting with this particular hand, I don't love, just because if you don't hit a three, extremely hard to play this particular hand. But you're also getting a fantastic price, so it does make a little bit of sense in that area as well. Ace 8-9 flop, and this is kind of what I was mentioning is now probably just going to see a C bet and then a fold.
Yeah, especially on this flop. Maybe Rory was thinking he could get to showdown maybe more often than he should be able to in a spot like that. It's certainly not fun to jam threes from the big blind there.
Yeah.
Chris also significantly shorter than him, so ladders are a consideration.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's definitely not a straight up decision to shove or call, but yeah, it
Another factor is that, this is still a bounty tournament. And even though none of the bounties that are left are big, if you're Rory, you don't know how much Nathan is going to value that opportunity of a bounty. He may think he has way less fold equity there than normal.
Absolutely. No, definitely. And it's also pretty sad when you just see him snap with 8s or 9s or even 7s or something like this of that nature. So, yep, does like to play the passive route, and that's all right. Keeps his chip lead over Chris. Looking at that pay jump, and it's very significant now. Fourth, 8.5K, third, 12.1. So 3 and I'm trying to do my maths there. No, 4.6. There you go. Wow, that was terrible. And I play poker. 4.6K pay jump, which is quite significant. So
yeah, these are big jumps once you get down to the final few spots here. I like the payout structures here.
This is very close. I think it's a call. To be honest, ace 4 off the button, very standard shove, king 6 suited.
Little bit of bonus bounty equity.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too good to fold here. You're normally going to be pretty live.
Yeah, I would think we're going to run it here for an 8.2 BB jam.
I think when he counts as well, he'll go, yeah, I'm still very comfortably ahead of Rory I'm still in contention with Gazati if I do call on lose.
Yeah.
So I like the call. And we will see a pretty, anyone's game with these sorts of holdings here.
You got to buckle up for these runouts. There's no big dramatic pause before the turns and rivers here, so I kind of like it.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree. C6 does take the lead there, but the ace of hearts, the 4 working as well for the 5 for the straight. And we do see it come in and...
Chop out. Nope.
Nope. Ace high flush wins.
All right. So,
Nice little double up.
yeah, absolutely for Chris. And if you're Rory, you hate to see it. He was sitting there hoping to get the elimination in the ladder. Instead,
Yeah.
he's in this uncomfortable spot of being kind of like tied for third.
We've got the commentator's curse here again, we're praising Rory, and then he's could put in a really tough spot, top pair versus top pair, gone down, and then lost the kind of flip, I guess, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Here as well. Not even in the flip, but, he would prefer to have got the pay jump there, so...
Yeah.
Nice for Chris, so doubles up, puts himself back in, and yeah, again, it's anyone's game. Right on again. 2 18 big blind stacks.
It's
also go.
It's rarely an easy route to the title. Like I guarantee you, each of these players, it's probably not been just smooth sailing throughout, as well as they probably all have run to get here. So it's just part of the challenge of these things is being able to weather the downs and continue to, put your strategy out there that you think is best.
Definitely. I think in terms of, obviously, it's very important the way you're playing, the cards you have, everything like that is important, but also that mental battle of, particularly, let's say Gazati, lost a big pot against Nathan in the next hand. It's important to keep your mental in these situations because that can be the difference between winning the tournament and not as well. So, by the way, Nathan, we're 4-handed here, all this money up top. This guy looks so relaxed. He's, got the chair back. He's got some space,
Yeah.
He's chilling.
It's cool, and
Very
it's a good
comfy.
mentality to have, Some people are worried about making mistakes. Other people are like, I'm on a free roll. I'm already, in the profit. Let's try and get some more.
I love it. No, it definitely looks very, very relaxed. Gazati has the backdoor straight, backdoor diamonds, not too good of a diamond. We'll just check. And will find himself drawing stone dead on the turn. Nathan maybe checking to get Gazati to bluff here.
Yeah, and noteworthy, he checked the top pair relatively quickly here, which, is kind of balancing the times he's just shown no interest in the pot and quickly checked.
Absolutely.
Wow,
No,
he checked the
definitely.
river too on a third diamond.
Wins a little one. Doesn't unfortunately get value out of his top pair, but that's okay. I think I like the check line there. Potentially get a little bit of a barrel and overbet maybe on the river. Potentially, we don't see it there, but it's definitely plausible.
Yeah, it all happened so quick too. It's hard to.
It really does, and you're not really getting too much value if you bet there as well. You're looking at maybe 5x or
Yeah.
5x, 8x.
And it's easy for Grizzardi to have a random one diamond hand that he maybe, splashes in a quick bluff on the river there. And with this stack distribution, it's certainly a reasonable spot to play passive.
100%. Going to get just a lot of snap folds as well. Sometimes, and you open yourself up, maybe to even get raise, which could put you in a little bit of a blender as well if you slow played a flush as well. So, or a flush draw, I should say. It's always the way when you start chipping down. Now you look down at the jack 3 off, and you're like, oh, you can see it on his face. He doesn't doesn't look happy as well. Potentially a jam here. It would be quite sad to run into it, but I don't hate jamming with this combo.
No, not at all. You can put a lot of pressure on Chris. Your hand's a solid equity hand when called.
Does elect to limp, which I think's fine as well. I don't mind limp calling this hand if Chris made it, say, 2 or 3 bigs. Quite a strong hand to have. Small blind versus big blind.
Gives free Chris takes the free look. Sure he's okay with that with a hand like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty close, honestly. I think he is jamming, you know, Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, these sorts of hands. So does limp and finds himself with a flush draw here. Chris with not too much.
And in these spots, both players are pretty deficient in ace X with the pre-flop action. So in this particular spot, we're probably just going to see the bet and take it down. But
Yes.
sometimes these get into fun leveling wars of like, you're repping an ace, but I don't think you have an ace.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Gazzotti has some traps, but yeah, definitely, you're absolutely right. Not much. Yeah, Chris is pretty much stripped of all ace X. So,
All right, let's see. I've got the math at 136 BBs in play. So
divide that by 4.
Gazzardi has almost half the chips in play now.
So about 31.5 bigs per player. Exactly. On fire, mate. There you go. There it is. Seeing some chat activity, I love it. You know, pop your questions, anything, you know, you want us to potentially answer and that sort of thing in the chat as well. Can be poker related, can be non-poker related, I don't mind.
Yeah, hit us with anything.
Go for it.
And you have to play once to be able to play tomorrow.
Gazzardi, love it. He has been continuing to do this, does open the 9-7 off. I like this hand as more of a min raise than a jam, just because you jam and get called. It's not great, but you can min raise and take it down a lot, because obviously ICM implications for Chris and Rory are just going to have 2 snap folds a lot of the time. You're just playing the maths, but they're not going to wake up with something quite strong.
Yeah, when he's on the button, he's got, you know, the players in the blinds have 16 and 15 bigs now, so you're typically going to see a polar like min raise range with the top of his range that he's happy to call a jam with, and then his bluffs that he's raise folding with, and then kind of some decent equity hands in between that don't really like to raise call or raise fold. Those oftentimes become your jams in spot like this, and you can really just kind of punish your opponents needing to call off kind of tight in the blinds there.
Chris Rad in the chat asking, what kind of car does Gazzardi drive? And look, I'm not 100% sure, but you know what? In my head, I'd like him to drive a Maserati, because then that kind of rhymes. You know, but you know, I love a good rhyme. So Gazzardi driving the Maserati, that's what I'm going with. But to be honest, answer your question properly, I have absolutely no idea. So thank you for your question, though.
That's about as good of an answer as you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Can see a little merch in the background there. We got some quality merch down here at Playlive as well. I was gifted a hoodie upon arrival, and I must admit, it has quickly become one of my favorite hoodies. Super comfortable. They did a great job with the branding on everything, and the quality of the hoodie is high.
Absolutely. No, they look fantastic. I don't think I've beat anyone in a Playlive hoodie either. So no, they do look really nice, really comfy. So I guess what the player's discussing here, just if they wanted to, I guess, bag and then late reg the main. And I think the discussion is going towards just continuing to play out this tournament. I believe I'm correct on that one, Eric.
Looks like they may be actively discussing it now.
Yes.
Our fate hangs in the balance.
There you go. Could be the end of us. Mega Ryan saying he drives a Corolla. That's me, mate. I'm not sure about Gazzardi. Do love a good Corolla though. Very nice car. I'm not sure much of the difference, Erica. I haven't been to the US before myself, mate. But is there a lot of any Corollas there? Is that more of an Australian?
Oh yeah, you'll see a Corolla out there. They're getting the miles in for sure. But
We can multi-table.
It's been fun coming down here for the first time and just seeing all the small cultural differences. I almost got hit by a car 3 or 4 times on my first day and a half here. So
There are some terrible drivers. I apologize
well,
on
it's the
behalf of
whole
Australians.
it's the whole left side of the road thing too.
Yes.
I was looking the wrong way.
Yes.
I learned quickly.
He does. Well, thank you. Okay, well, that's some new information we've got, guys. It makes sense. Look, I'm obviously, it seems like anyone who drives a Corolla is just really, really good at poker. I'm joking. But yeah, Chris, what a champion. Yeah, no, he's playing some good poker. Definitely good to see. Driving the Corolla, can't complain. Chris on the bottom with 5-4 suited whoops muck. Rory is going to jam. Jokes about late regging the main. As he does. And I think this is another call. Bit of a different situation here, though, because if he does lose this one, Rory is going to take a pretty commanding lead off him. Nathan will be pretty close to Chris. But I think blind v blind.
Yeah, an ace is pretty good. He does lay it down. You don't dominate a whole lot of hands, so I can understand the reluctance to put it in there. And as we can see, you know, he's going to be happy he did lay that one down.
Definitely.
Definitely ends up in a chop a large portion of the time, but certainly faded doubling up the ace-7 on a lot of runouts.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind it. You're absolutely right. He's going to be dominated a lot. Sometimes he's just going to have it in terms of pairs. Yeah, there'll be a lot of king, queen, king jack, queen jack, all these sorts of hands that you're ahead of. So yeah, it's a very mixed bag there. But I don't hate the fold just in the fact that it does put you in suddenly a little bit of a tough spot in the big blind range. You give Rory kind of your position, you swap with him.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're in a little bit of trouble. So does just elect to take the fold, take a better spot, and I don't mind it. I don't mind it with that sort of hand because, yeah, you are really leaving up to the fate of the cards, to be honest.
Yep, definitely preserves that second place stack.
This is a bit of a cooler blind v blind, and we've got the two chip leaders as well in this position. Both of them obviously have shown that they're willing to get involved and play pots and not just play to let the short stacks kind of bust out. But we'll see, because Nathan has limped a very strong hand blind v blind as well.
We may see a snap jam. Yep.
He does, yeah. And he has played this way before, obviously seeing some big jams. And I don't mind it, right? You're going to get a lot of folds when Gazardi isolates here, but unfortunately, he's just got the absolute goods.
Yeah, and if you're Chris and Rory, this is the dream spot here.
It is. Go to a run out. No ace in sight, but there is a 3 potential straight draw as well. But he doesn't get there, and that is a massive pot for Gazardi. Over 100 bigs, commanding chip lead.
Yeah. Great finish there. Obviously a tough blind versus blind cooler there. And now we've got the runaway chip leader. And interesting situation where Chris and Rory have very similar stacks, and the jump from 3rd to 2nd place is 77,500.
Very big. Very big.
So, yeah, so there's some major ICM here, and yeah, we'll see if Gazardi's able to just apply maximum pressure. There is definitely a world where he's able to just chip up, and whittle them both down kind of at the same time, and end up in a spot where he just gets over 90% of the chips in play by the time it gets down to heads up.
Absolutely. We are going to go on a little 5-minute break for the players, but we're going to stay with you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Just have a bit of a chat. Got a question from Joel here in the chat. Any info on how many runners in last flight for the main? That is a great question. I'm not sure.
Do I have? I think I can look that up.
We will give a quick gaze and see how many we do have left. That is a fantastic question, Joel. Thanks for that. Guz, low-key millionaire. Yeah, look, he definitely is. He definitely is having a very, very good tournament, now in a commanding position. But you never know. I've definitely seen a lot of these spots where they've turned it around. But yeah, it is quite unlucky for Nathan. A lot of the time, there's just going to be a snap fold from Gazardi there. He's going to isolate a lot of absolute nonsense. 10-5 off, 8 deuce off, 8-3 off. All these sorts of hands can isolate there. Unluckily, he does just have the queens.
All right, I pulled up the information. It looks like there are 307 runners in today's flight, day 1C of the main event, bringing the prize pool currently to $873,600. So we've blown the 500K guarantee out of the water. There may be a few last-minute entries rolling in, but it's going to be close to a 900K prize pool that we're going to be covering on the stream as it plays out here on the Playlive socials. Hit us up on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Tell your friends we got a high-quality stream here, and over the course of the next few days, we are going to be playing down to a main event champion.
So exciting. Very, very exciting. Rory killing it. Give him his flowers. We are. He's played absolutely awesome to get to this stage. Some really good poker. I've really been unlucky even to not even... I've got another easy pay jump when Chris was all in there, and yeah, he's just played some really good poker. Seems like a good guy. I'd be friends with Rory. Me too, mate. Seems like a good bloke. I'd have a beer with the guy. Seems
yeah,
nice.
Josh had some kind words for Rory earlier on, and for those of you that joined us later, I think with 2 tables left, Rory got into a spot with top and bottom pair against top 2 pair and ran out the chop. So even though he's kind of hit some headwinds here of late at the final table, he did have some good fortune on his side earlier. And yeah, certainly has been, playing with quite a bit of class here at the final table.
Definitely.
And just dealing with just the down. Sometimes stack goes up, sometimes stack goes down.
Absolutely. And look, the bluff he made with the Queen 8, turning top pair into a bluff, was just one of the better plays I've seen. And yeah, definitely he's made it work. Even with having quite a strong hand that has showdown value, he could have just flicked in the call, could have just really ended a tournament life if he just called and then called the river, but turned it into a bluff and got a really, really strong hand, a better hand to fold. So definitely being creative, played very, very good poker. If someone has played the main yet, do they get to late reg?
Not sure exactly what's meant by that. Someone has played the main yet.
You can enter on multiple days from my understanding, I believe.
Yeah, I believe if you already bagged a stack, you can play another one, and then there's a dollar amount that your chips are worth. If you manage to find a second bag, your top stack goes through, and the other one you can get some cash value for.
Yes.
Not sure if that's the question.
So it's correct, it hasn't. So I think definitely, obviously can't register day 2. You can late reg if you've busted. Yes, that is correct, Tritzy. I think for day 1C, late reg has ended, from my understanding.
Yeah, and if it hasn't, it's just barely open. So
get down. 129 York Street right now. Get in there. We do have some other events popping in tonight. I think we've got a 400 Blizzard, I believe. We also have a PLO. If you're a PLO person, I don't even know how to peel 4 cards, to be honest. But if you know how to do that and you're a excellent PLO player, then get down. There's a Sadu for the PLO and the actual PLO tournament itself.
You actually got to be able to peel 5 cards until registration's closed. So I've been told Playlive has its own unique format. It's called PLO 54, and it's played 5-card PLO until registration closes, and then once registration is closed, 4-card PLO down to the champion. That tournament, I believe, is just about to kick off. So we've got the Impromptu Blizzard, which was added, I think, just yesterday for the No Limit Hold'em players. So it's a $400 buy-in with 20-minute levels and a single re-entry. 100K guaranteed. So get on down and wait, is it 100K guaranteed? No, that's 100K starting stack. I don't scratch that. Don't hold us to that. But $400 event, single re-entry tonight if you're into No Limit Hold'em, or a $400 PLO 54 event going on tonight. So whether it's 2 cards or 4 cards or 5 cards, we got you covered tonight. Come down. The main event's going to be going on or alongside you, and this final table is going to be playing out. Great atmosphere. Come get some food, snacks, and beverages, and enjoy an evening of poker down here at 129 York Street in Melbourne.
Absolutely. And look, if you've been watching the stream, been watching the mystery bounty, and go, you know what? I can probably pull a mystery bounty better than these guys. Then there's a turbo mystery on tomorrow night, $200. Get in there. I'll certainly be in there as well. Rory has ripped the ace-10 under the gun here. Quite standard, just on the button, 3-handed, I should say.
Yep, that's one of the hands to do it with for sure.
Yeah, and we'll pick up the blinds. Nice one there. So we've just got a few questions in chat. We'll get to them as well. Need to have played 1 flight before Rego closes to super late reg on day 2. Thanks for that information, Shrutzy, as well. I haven't entered the main, so Eric will be our resident expert on that.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yeah, Witches Jackson get his aces 2 outed by 10s all in on flop. That is very, very tragic. Happens to me about 50 times online every time I play. So to clarify, if one of the 3 players left on the mystery hasn't played a main day 1 flight, they play to completion tonight and miss late reg, do they still get to late reg tonight? That's a fantastic question. I'm not entirely sure. For all I know, these gentlemen may have also entered on day 1A or B and bagged as well. So I'm not 100% sure. We can try to get an update on that, but I think they have selected to play this out, thus giving up their ability to late reg. That's my understanding. Gazardi pretty much should be opening 100% of the button, I think, at this stage.
And jamming a lot, I would think.
Definitely does fold, which is okay as well. Obviously, you don't want to jam and run into it on the big blind and doubles up and suddenly it's game on. In this case, would have probably got it through.
Yeah, min raise would have taken that one down, I think. And at in a final table, I think you can min raise fold versus the 9BB rejam even. So
yeah,
I would be tempted to take a shot at the min raise with a hand that's not good enough to just open jam.
Yeah, definitely. And we discussed that earlier. So yeah, a little bit, the slightest chink in the armor of Gazardi. A little mistake, but that's okay.
I'm not going to argue. You know. The guy drives a Maserati.
Exactly. I mean, clearly. So thanks for the answer of those questions in the chat as well, Troots. You appreciate the interaction there. That is good to see as well. So yeah, all those who, including yourself, Eric, who have bagged for day 2 of the main, good luck going forward as well. But yeah, definitely more tournaments. There's a freeze out tomorrow, I believe, as well. Deep freeze. It might be, it's either a single re-entry, but there's a satellite for it as well. So if your bankroll's absolutely stuffed like mine, definitely able to enter that for $75 for the step 1, to enter into step 2 and then get into that freeze out as well, which is exciting. Rory picks up the king queen. Blind via blind does obviously open jam, and Gazardi will fold. We didn't actually see what he had there, but I'm sure it was not aces.
Yeah, and the deep freeze does start tomorrow at 4:15 p.m. So whether you're on to day 2 of the main event and have an unfortunate exit, or if you're just looking for a fresh tourney to start tomorrow, 1150 buy-in, 30-minute levels, 200K starting stack, 100K guaranteed. Come check us out. There's also a turbo mystery bounty at 7 p.m. So you know you can head on over to Playlive tomorrow and know that you're gonna have a chance to play some poker.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's Saturday. Really nice to have the step 1, step 2 there for those players on a bit of a budget as well. And then day 2 is on the Monday. So call the boss, getting sick to work, you know, rock up. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
But,
it'd be funny to get busted by the stream, you know, your boss call in sick and then someone sends your boss the link.
yeah, absolutely. That would be quite tragic. Shout out to my boss out there. He's a good one. So. Gazardi Jack 4. I think this is probably just an open jam. He's electing potentially just a flat. I think. Oh, he might just be. Yeah, he was just putting the small blind out. My apologies.
No.
See the green 100k chips, I believe, are now in play as well. Those 5k, blue 5ks, I should say, and then you've got the orange 25ks. Is gonna rip into the 9 big blind stack of Chris.
I love the chip sets here.
Looks so nice.
Yeah. Oh, we got a call here?
We do. Ace 9, very standard. Jack 4 suited, shove into the ace 9.
All right, Chris at risk with the best hand.
Needing some clubs to get just a heads up. We'll see what the flop brings. Backdoor equity for both players. King leaves Jackson 4s the only options, and a 3 on the river.
Chris
Guarantees him the double up, yeah.
Yep, here we go. And so Gazardi's lead a little bit less and still in a nice commanding position with a lot of pressure on the other players, but it becomes a little less comfortable because you now know that like one more pot you lose to one of these shorter stacks and you're not going to be able to just open jam as many hands. So when you have the big stack in a spot like this, it's nice when you can just like start chipping away and kind of keep them down low. So there's also a kind of a momentum to this situation as well. And as chip leader, you can go from feeling like you're kind of on top of the world to all of a sudden reeling a little bit if you lose a few pots.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we talked about when he had the 8-7 off, just going for the min raise just to sneak in, grab those big blinds. And if you do get jammed on, it doesn't feel as bad because, you know, you're only losing those 2 big blinds. So that one was a pretty easy open rip, in my personal opinion, but definitely, yeah, can look for a little bit of just the 2 big blind opens. And you don't want to double up from Chris or Rory here because they're well back into it if they do. A few questions in chat. We've got currently, Trutzy just giving some info on the main event. So it's current level 9. Last chance to register for new players. Mel saying, loving the stream and commentary. Thank you very much for that, mate. Appreciate it. Any chance the blind labels could go under your logo below the pot? That is a good question. You can note that down for the team. Potentially look at. Not 100% sure. I like it.
Yeah,
I like you know the way it looks right now. But yeah, something we can write down. Potentially look to improve in the future. So I appreciate the feedback, Mel, and the positive look on the stream. Anyone registering from level 10 will be a re-entry. Okay, no worries. Thank you, Trutzy. I appreciate that. Info on the main event that's going on right now as well. Day 1C, I believe.
Interested to see if Rory defends here or not. These, a lot of these super marginal defends just become folds when there's ICM pressure like this. Typically, you love seeing a flop with connected cards, but additional reasons to stay out of that confrontation. You don't want to lose that one big blind and start falling further and further behind Chris. You also want to just preserve big blinds to help your chances of, you know, laddering up to second. So
yeah, definitely. And look, I really like how Gazardi's continued to adjust as this tournament's gone on. Obviously folded the 8-7 off before, but then opened the 10-8 off as well, and just mixing in range. It's really hard to read this guy. Even, you know, to be honest, I'm watching the stream, I can see his cards. I don't even know what he has.
He really is mixing it up.
He is, yeah, it's good. You can try to imagine yourself staring across this guy and not knowing what he has. It would be very terrifying. So no, definitely playing really good poker, adjusting accordingly to his opponents. And love what he's doing, and Rory very angrily folding the 7 deuce off. 7 deuce game is not on for those in our audience as well, unfortunately. But which is why he mucks it.
Yeah, and everything Gazardi's doing, you know, he might be doing some stuff that's different from what, you know, a lot of players would be doing, but you know, he's unpredictable and he's showing aggression. And when you are those two things, you're a difficult opponent to play against. And if you don't believe that, if you're being a chat box hero, you know, try sitting in one of the other two seats and playing against Gazardi in a spot like this, because you're not always exactly sure everything that's going on.
Definitely. Yeah, no, he's shown some incredible calls, particularly that hero call with threes I'm remembering from earlier was really spectacular on a board where no set, all overs. It was very, very impressive. So yeah, has again shown the ability to make some really, really good plays, whether it's a really good call, whether it's some really good bluffing or aggression. We'll just give this one over, which makes sense with the 9-4 off.
Yeah, I'm tempted with the stacks. It's just so much pressure here with those two tied. I'm tempted to go for, you can get away with even a small size raise from the small blind, even making it like 2.5 BBs or something like that, and it just puts a tremendous amount of pressure on your opponent.
Definitely. You've seen it a lot increased, I feel like, particularly online in the last few years. Definitely seen a lot of streamers. And just when I'm watching pro players ISOing those kind of 10-5, 8 deuce offs in the big or small blind, rolling for it, that sort of thing on stream. So definitely something that he could look at, you know, with the worst of hands in his range, he wants to raise as well, potentially. Just mixing it up, you know, sometimes limping stronger portions of your range, small blind versus big blind. So, and, you know, small blind versus big blind, and, you know, kind of three-handed poker is way, way different to playing 8 to 9-handed, and you can start to see some leaks and just some different strategies from players who even might not be used to being in this sort of spot. So it definitely creates a really interesting dynamic, and yeah, we'll see what continues. Chris does find a pretty easy jam with threes.
Yeah, nice hand to wake up with here in the small blind. Nice little no-brainer. Add a couple BBs to your stack. Knock Rory down a couple. Every pot's a big one, especially when you're in the position of Chris or Rory.
Absolutely, you're getting the big blind hit, 2 blinds on every third hand. You know, for yourself now. So it definitely hits hard, particularly for these stacks of Chris and Rory who don't have a whole lot of big blinds to work with. So yeah, definitely continuing to find good shoves and good plays.
I see Ben on the rail.
There you go.
Ben of the 7-6 made the right call off, but fell victim to the river spade of Gazardi. He's hanging out. Typically after I bust, I get the heck out of there. I don't even look back to see who ended up winning.
I was about to say exactly the same, mate. No, definitely far away as possible. Not that I'm not thinking about the how I got bad beat, but yeah, he's chilling, having a chat, which is good. Good to see the men's lot. To be fair, you know, if I was, he came in 5th or 6th place. So if I was, I was about 7.
There it is.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, stream. If I was 7K richer, I wouldn't be complaining too much, to be fair. So good to see him in good spirits, even after taking that bad beat, which would have vaulted him into a pretty strong position. So it is really easy to think about what ifs in poker. I've had plenty online here at Playlive, and you know, I think part of that positive mentality moving to the next tournament is really, really important. So, good to see him move on, and a bit of fun railing the tournament still. That's good.
Yeah. I wonder if he's friends with some of these guys still in.
Maybe, yeah.
Saw Chris make a nice adjustment there, folding the Queen 9 offsuit on the button. Situationally aware of opening into the huge stack on the big blind.
Probably a fold or limp here. He potentially jammed Chris with 19. So a little bit dangerous to jam his holding. He will actually go for the... Just counting this out, my apologies. Cool. So he does limp in there. Chris not electing to ISO here. We'll just check back the 3 deuce off. Is a little bit risky, you know, Gazardi can have some traps if he does raise. can get punished pretty hard and picks up a really nice hand here. 2 pair.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the look, says Chris.
Absolutely. So how Gazardi played is does just go for the check. I don't hate a check back to trap here. Gazardi again has been aggressive, so can potentially see some bluffs. Looking down at his chips, I think he's going to go for a bet and Wimble. Pretty sizable as well. Look, we're going over half pot here. Pretty indicative of a strong hand.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Like if you are betting, you're not going to be betting a marginal strength hand here necessarily.
Definitely.
So when you do bet, it's going to be a slightly larger, more polar size.
Yeah, and I do like that. If Gazardi had a hand like, let's say, Queen 6, Queen 5, maybe some trapped bigger queens like an Ace Queen.
Flush draw.
Flush draw, absolutely. Definitely getting some nice value from those sorts of hands. This case, he doesn't have much of anything, and we'll just snap fold and we'll move on. Chipping up, he's had a few little wins here in the last few hands, Chris, and he has established a little bit more of a lead over Rory now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Rory, being in the big now, believe he'll be down to 11 if I am correct. I'm not sure if it's updated beforehand or after, but will be pretty close to shoving territory in the next few hands, I'd assume. Hopefully, if he can sneak a few through as well, would be very nice for him. Definitely mixing range a lot. Gazardi, you've seen him fold these sorts of hands a few times. Seen him mix in min. Seen him mix in jams. Chris with a huge hand, 3-handed pocket jacks. Got the jiggities, as Brad Owen would say.
Yeah, we'll see. Fully expect Chris to... He's probably just going to rejam here, and Gazardi will fold. It'll be interesting to see how composed Gazardi can stay after losing a couple pots.
Does get a count. Nice to just make sure. And does fold. Pretty standard shove from Chris there. You can potentially induce with a hand as strong as pocket jacks, you know, maybe make it 5, get some 4-bet bluffs from Gazardi at times. But I think just ripping's absolutely fine as well. You're going to get called by worse at times, so.
Yep. I was thinking it was pretty close to going either way. 10s I'm not inducing with. I think a lot of it comes down to just how you think your opponent is going to respond. And there's certain, if you think your opponent's going to flat a small 3-bet a lot there, you know, you're not every flop's going to be a fist pump for pocket jacks. So
absolutely. Pocket jack specifically is just a hand that's very difficult to play post flop. So jamming it in there is good in that sense of, obviously you're ahead a lot of the time. If he has 10s through to kind of 7s, he might flick in the call.
Mm-hmm.
If he has potentially a flip, or he just has snap folds and you just pick up the big blind. So no, I do like that decision there. Now has King Queen on the button, which is quite interesting.
And Gazardi doesn't know that Chris had it last hand, so we'll see how he responds depending on what he picks up in the big blind here. To, you know, he might be feeling like Chris is kind of opening up against him.
Absolutely, it's easy to think. Obviously, we can see what's been happening, but Chris has shown a lot of aggression the last kind of 10 to 15 minutes. So,
and in actuality, he's playing solid, really good poker.
Yeah, absolutely. But Gazardi doesn't know that, so.
Yep.
Does he look for something interesting? We'll have to see. King 10 mucking straight up for Rory on 11 bigs, quite interesting. Going to get a jam from Gazardi, and this just puts Chris in the absolute blender because you're double in chips of Rory now. So the ICM implications of that are massive, but you've also got quite a strong hand. Do you want to gamble here is really the question.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think King Queen O is just not a hand that's very happy to call off. This is a pretty extreme situation. The jump from third to second is really big, and this is just an example of the power of the big stack here.
Absolutely. I think Rory had a pretty similar spot with threes before, and I think that kind of exemplifies why shoving those small pocket pairs can be quite beneficial. You get a hand that you're flipping with that's quite strong, like King Queen 2 fold. Instead of flatting, if you don't see a 4, you're in a little bit of trouble. So yeah, love the jam, gets it through, picks up a few more big blinds, which is really nice. And a very disciplined fold by Rory three-handed, to be honest. I mean, King 10 definitely can be arguments to jam that as well.
Right. Yeah, that was that one's right on the cusp. King 9 you probably don't want to rejam, but King 10 does feel, you know, it's not fun to fold King 10 just to a button to open, but I think it was a well thought out disciplined fold.
Absolutely. No jam with the 11 bigs. Gazardi does have ace 8 off, which is...
He's going to be tempted.
Yeah, it's quite close. It is quite close. I think 2 pips up, I think ace 10 is relatively snappy.
Yeah, I mean, with 11 bigs, Rory is shoving a lot of aces. You have dominated as well as, you know, some suited 8s, I would think. Like some decent suited 8s.
Definitely. Some Jack 10, some Queen Jack, Queen 10.
A lot of offsuit Broadways that you're ahead of.
Definitely. He is going to go all in.
Chris gets the dream spot to look down and hope to pick up a
Jack 10. My favorite hand, by the way. If I ever say it at the table, you know what my favorite hand is. Jack 10. Love that hand. Typically suited. So much fun.
All right. Will Rory double into a similar stack as Chris and give us some depth at the final table? Or will we be down to our heads-up match?
Big flip here. This is huge. For both Rory and Gazardi, really.
Clean flop for the 4s.
Ball's holding for now.
Picks up a gut shot on the turn.
Oh!
Gazardi drills the 8 to eliminate Rory Smith in 3rd place.
Wow. Does get there. Pretty reasonable jam and call from both players, but really big props to Rory. Thought he played absolutely brilliantly to get to this stage.
Agreed.
And he'll take a lovely 12K from 3rd place. So.
Yeah, not a bad run. I'm sure he picked up some bounties along the way.
Yeah. I think if exactly.
All right.
Well played. So I think we've got a really...
We may have a short break here while we bring out the trophy.
Oh shit! Right, yeah. I thought right.
Short break while we get out the trophy, the Gleam.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, thank you. All right, even better.
That puts the stakes up higher, doesn't it? When that trophy's staring you in the face.
It gets real. I tell you what, it gets real in a hurry when the hardware's on the table.
Absolutely.
And
also, you go.
No, it's just it's not a super common situation in live poker. It's hard to get heads up in a tournament. You know,
Absolutely.
there's 267 entries in this field, so it's and with the variance that's inherent in the game, you can go a lot of tournaments between a top 2 finish. So
Definitely.
when you get there, it's pure excitement, really.
It is, absolutely. Big or small, can kind of remember all my wins off off by heart. It's an awesome feeling, if there's even no trophy on the line, but I think it makes it even more exciting with how much money is on top with that. I mean, yeah.
There's something about just getting every single chip that was in the tournament,
Yeah,
it's
100%.
Yeah.
100%. No, it's definitely a good feeling, and I don't think I've ever received a trophy you know, so I feel, you know, I feel a bit cheated here, but no, very exciting. It's
It'll keep you hungry.
yeah, no, it does. It does.
There she is.
Beautiful.
Beautiful Playlive Spade trophy.
I love the logo. I love the trophy as well. Looks sick.
Agreed.
Very, very cool. Gonna have to battle in that mystery turbo tomorrow night. Try to capture myself one of those. We'll see.
Yeah, good luck to you. I hope you get it.
So, what barrier did Rory pull? Not entirely sure myself.
Oh yeah, we were told we were going to stop covering the bounty pulls because all that was left, I think the largest one was
2K.
2K perhaps.
Yeah. Believe so. Yeah. So mainly just min bounties left. So focusing on the money and the action up top as well. Again, any more questions? Throw them down in the chat. If you're just joining us, we're heads up here in the Mega Mystery Bounty, day 2.
And if you're not used to heads up poker with a big blind ante, players are incentivized to play basically 100% of hands from the button. So, you know, it might not be comfortable getting in there if you're on the button with a terrible hand, but that big blind ante is in there, and we'll see how our players adjust.
Absolutely. I'm not going to pretend to be a heads up expert. I'm absolutely not. So definitely will be interesting to see what the
couple of things that come to mind for me is just ranges are so much wider. So you know, you're not going to be able to just c-bet a lot of flops with 100% frequency and be anywhere close to balanced. Simply because there's so many combos that you're supposed to get to the flop with, and it's simply tough to make a value hand that's good enough to want to stack off.
Absolutely, definitely. And look, we're in a position here where Chris does win a few pots. Kazadi's very deep, 82 bigs, gets a few, let's say gets up to kind of 30, 35 bigs. Could definitely have a long heads up match as well, so which is quite exciting. So we'll see how these initial stages go, if these players kind of feel each other out.
Yeah.
It's really a little bit like kind of your your tennis or this sort of thing.
Yes.
Heads up, honestly, you know, players just feeling themselves out early in the match. What's my opponent capable of? What tricks and tips is he doing? What patterns does he have?
Some friends and I have been talking about how mental of a sport tennis is lately, obviously with the Australian Open going on down here. And the first place my mind went to was playing live heads-up poker on stream because there's nowhere to hide. You know, like the next hand is coming, and you know, if you can recover quickly, it's a huge advantage. And if you let loose in a pot or two, throw you off your game, it's gonna show.
Absolutely. No, playing a lot of tennis myself and getting very angry at myself missing and playing bad. It's definitely quite similar to playing heads up, honestly. So, no, definitely be exciting to see what these two players come up with. If we see a little bit of an adjustment in strategy from either of them. And straight away, Chris, 9 high.
Limps the button, takes the stab on the flop, gets a hand that had him dominated to fold. So a great start there for Chris. And, you know, he's at 20 BBs, so kind of at a stack where, you know, you're going to see a lot of all-in pre-flops. As he starts to creep up, if he can get closer to 30, winning a couple small pots here, entirely changes the game, and you start to see, you know, more streets come into play. And heads-up poker is fun because if you got any little thing on your opponent, if you think they have a tendency one way or another, you can tailor a strategy to exploit whatever you see. And you know, you start to get some depth, and you can really start to whittle away at people if you're feeling good about your strategy.
No, absolutely. Definitely see. And obviously Chris and Gazadi been playing with each other for a while now on this final table, a few hours, potentially going back earlier into the tournament as well. So should have a relatively good read on each other and how they potentially play, and can take that into heads up and see obviously what adjustments they make. But have Gazadi on the button with the Queen 9. Could really go, you know, both ways. Maybe a raise, can just limp as well. Does elect to go with the min raise, and he may be getting jammed on here. Chris with the 7s. She does.
Goes all in. And 6, 4.
Nice pickup for Chris.
And this is what I said, you know, now 24 bigs. Suddenly, if he does get one double up, he is
Basically
my
even.
maths. Yeah, basically even. I was going to say he's ahead, but no, he's not. He's basically even. So that is really, really threatening position to be in. And it does constrict Gazardi to not really going for these massive jams, or, you know, he needs to play a little bit tight and obviously exert pressure when he can, because Chris is getting to a stage where, you know, if he does double up, it's completely game on. So see how he does adjust. Obviously, pretty you know, normal hand there, raising the button with the hand you should, getting shoved on.
Yep. But again, Gazardi doesn't know that, so
yeah,
not sure how many of Chris's hands Gazardi is aware of, but he may be getting sick of Chris's aggression just because he's been facing a lot of it.
Absolutely. It's easy sitting here watching the stream going like, oh, this guy's, you know, this guy's obviously always had it. He's been playing solid, but yeah, he has been very, very aggressive the last 20 to 25 minutes. Does pick up a super premium. Heads up here with the 10s. I think he's... Has he limped? Ooh.
Hit 6 calls. Oh, sorry, hit 8 calls.
He has cold.
And 6.
We just got to check back.
All right, here we go. Let's play some heads up poker.
Absolutely. I like the check back with Jack 4 here. I think it's kind of more middle of your range. And he does bink the Jack.
Yeah, I think it's an easy spot to under bluff when the button limps. One thing to keep in mind is that they're limping a lot of trashy hands too.
Absolutely.
So you really got to fight to like get your ISO frequency up there if you want to be playing super well and tough heads up. But that said, check totally fine with Jack 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind the check. I think he might have even been looking for a check raise there, to be honest, Gazardi. Chris, I think you've got enough with 10s and a spade here to bet that flop, but does elect the check back, and now in a little bit of an awkward position, obviously 2 overs, but heads up, wider ranges. We'll see how Gazardi responds as a delayed bet from Chris.
Delays the bet to the turn.
Just got a really nice hand to just flat with. Now I think the 4 isn't a horrible card to have either. Does block some of the straight draws and that sort of thing that he would potentially have as semi bluffs.
Yeah, this is a great river if you're Gazardi as well.
Yeah.
Will Chris go for more value if he gets checked too?
That's the interesting point. Gazardi's hand is super under-repped, and I almost wouldn't hate a lead here, maybe getting called by a 3 or a 2 or something of this nature, but we'll check. And I think he's just going into check call mode with this line, but we'll have to see what sizing Chris goes for. If he does bet as well, is quite interesting.
Goes for more value, looks like 275.
It's actually quite a big bet.
275.
And he will just flick it in.
6 calls.
Yeah, he'll get the bad news here going for thin value, but if you never value cut yourself, you're not going wide enough for value. There's definitely some hands he's getting looked up by there that he gets some nice value for. So
he very confidently threw out the 10s as well. I think he did think he had the best hand. Gazardi really under-repping the Jack 4. And look, that hand's quite interesting. If it does go check bet on the flop, could see a check raise from Gazardi potentially. How would Chris respond? So you're already seeing how hands can go so many different ways in heads up as well. Obviously, you know, when there's more people on the table as well, but definitely heads up, it's a real mental warfare, and yeah, quite interesting. Obviously, you're not going to have pocket 10s a lot of the time as well when you limp in your range, so loving the little trap there as well. Mixing it up.
All right, so Chris back down to 19 big blinds, so back in that zone where we're going to see a decent amount of all-in pre-flop action.
Absolutely.
And as the button here, since you do want to be playing so many hands due to the size of the ante, I think there's, in optimal theory land, there's a lot of limping and a little bit of open jamming that goes on here, but there's actually way more limping on the button here than there is min raising. And if you run into an opponent that's min raising a high frequency at the time here, you get to reshove on them pretty liberally.
And as you say, it does go for the min raise. Or a little bit more than min, actually. It does go to 200, I believe. Or you may just put the chips out and have said 160.
More aggression from Chris.
King 3 suited. Gets jammed on by the A6. This is a little bit more of a decision than Queen 9, but I think I'd be leaning fold.
He's tempted towards just taking a shot at it. You know, you put the chips in, you get to run it for a shot at the trophy. That becomes a tempting thing when you're all in with a chance to win.
But what we've said as well, we can see what Chris has had, but Chris has been doing this a lot. He's been shoving, he's been very aggressive.
Yeah.
In Gazardi's view, could he just have nothing here?
Right, and he's for sure sick of it.
100%, yeah. You can tell by the facial expression he's not very happy. Blinds have gone up, I believe, as well. So 64 to 17 bigs now, but nice little shove from Chris as well. He's getting them through.
Yeah, and he's picking up some quality hands here too. You can go through long stretches of time without looking at much of a quality hand at all, heads up.
Definitely.
All right, so the blinds have gone up. 100K big blind. And Chris is still a double up away from this match being very even.
Absolutely. No, it definitely is. And again, if we see one or two more of these situations where he has min raised and jammed, I might just call him a little bit lighter because he is doing it very often. And it looks like he's really attacking it. A7 here, I don't mind shoving.
Yeah, I'm a little bit rusty on what the GTO solution looks like here, but certainly ace-x offsuit is a hand class that you see a lot of jams for a significant number of big blinds for.
Definitely. See how he goes about it. Has been pretty aggressive with these jams, so we'll see if he sticks to that script or does deviate it a little bit.
Yeah, it's tempting to just keep it up, especially if you suspect your opponent's about to call off light.
Oh, this is close, I reckon.
Yeah.
This is really close. Really, really, really close. I think King 10, I'd be definitely putting it in, I reckon. King 8, it's quite close. He's got that look of, ooh. What do you got over there, mate?
Agreed.
Yeah, very, very cuspy. Pretty disciplined with his folds so far. But yeah, okay. Does mark it. Does fuck it.
He's keeping his cool. Like a lot of people would have, you know, just kind of stuck their chips in and said enough's enough at this point. So
yeah, absolutely. I might have found the call there. So does stay disciplined, does fold it, and look, he's got the chip lead where he can pick a better spot. So I like that attitude as well. He can be very patient here. He's got enough of a lead that he can afford losing a few bigs, afford Chris getting to, say, 25 bigs.
And little does he know it, but he's kind of weathered a storm of Chris picking up some really decent holdings here, heads up.
100%. Has had really the tail end of the strong hands, right? Even going back to when it was three-handed, Chris has had some real heat, so he's definitely picked his spots super, super well. And yeah, the discipline's definitely been there as well.
All right.
And look, this is a guy that shoved 7-6 suited over the open to try to get that bounty as well before. So you know he has bluffs or he can call light as well. So.
All right, so he gave a walk with 7-2 suited there on the button, which if you're Chris and you notice that Gazzardi's giving walks from time to time, you know, that's a nice thing. You're getting walks where you're not necessarily supposed to.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he can get this match closer to even, he might start taking some lower variance routes. Just spotting what he thinks may be a leak in Gazzardi's heads up game.
Definitely.
So while you're playing the heads up battle, trying to play your hands the best you can and chip up, you're also just trying to pick up any little bit of information that you can to adjust on the fly. It's a very involved. It's just you're in the fire when you're playing heads up, and even more so when it's on stream and you got it in the back of your head that everyone's going to see how you're playing hands.
Definitely, and we see Chris mixing it up. Look, he did go for the jam, similar stack depth last time. Now he's going for the min raise. Queen 6 off. I think Gazzardi will elect to defend this combo.
Yeah, I would think so.
He's been tricky, so maybe he goes for the 3-bet, but nah, he will just stick in the flat. Pretty standard. Love those green chips as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They look sick. It's definitely nice.
There's 4 or 5 different chipsets, and each one of them, like, the colors are nice and distinct from each other. They've each got a little bit different thematically. Like, it might seem like a small thing, but 100%. All the small things being done right truly does add up to the player experience.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right, so Chris check back. Second pair here. Let's see if Gazzardi starts the bluff. He does have the queen of clubs in his hand, which can help him represent some flushes and straights on runouts.
Yeah, definitely. And look, I think going into heads up, I've just seen Gazzardi just take the foot off the pedal just a little bit. I think he's just electing to check back a little bit more, not really taking too many aggressive lines post flop. Chris, I think who may just look for showdown here, but I think can get some value bets in. This is maybe a little bit thin with the 7, but heads up.
We'll see if
folds from ace or king's high.
Yeah, and he just value cut himself, value betting the 10. So
yeah.
Good for him for getting right back back on the horse, looking for some value with third pair here.
Like a worse 7, I guess, as well. Not something I was considering. So let's go for a really small value bet.
Gazzardi not instantly folding here. Might we see a check raise bluff? I would love to see it because Chris has a very interesting combo to consider bluff catching with.
Yeah, this could be interesting. And obviously Gazzardi has a nice hand, as you said before, to bluff with. Having the queen of clubs. Having a 6 is kind of whatever. It's pretty disconnected with the board. So we'll see if he does elect to go for it. Obviously, he has been quite check orientated towards the end of this final table from my point of view. But we'll see what he does elect to do. And I think he is going for a raise here. Ooh, oh no, he calls with queen high. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. I do see it. There were some bluffs there.
All right. Well.
Wow. Cheeky queen high call.
Seems to be in good spirits still.
Seems pretty happy. Still got the flip-flops on, having a smile, enjoying it.
Check out the water game. He's staying hydrated. Look at all those waters he's got dialed up next to him.
Love it. Oh, it's great, that side of it. With the hospitality package. My mate was actually saying that to me on one of the first times I came. I didn't realize that you can get kind of free drinks, Red Bull, all that sort of stuff. I love myself a Red Bull, to be honest. So nice to have that option for yourself as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, too, the amount playing a tournament in Las Vegas, the amount that I would have to spend on the food and beverage between just purchase and tips that is just covered here at Playlive as part of the hospitality fee, it truly adds up.
Yeah, 100%.
I like that we're still not sure how to pronounce his first name, and we've just been rolling with Gazzardi, and
yeah,
he's like,
look, it's kind of a tennis thing, isn't it? You know, like Massetti, Gazzardi. I'm definitely in that tennis mindset, I reckon. So
it's more fun to say too.
it is, yeah. No, it's a nice one. All right, Queen 7 suited into the 10-9, pretty standard. Opens, defends. You see a 9 in the window, 2 9s. Ooh. Trips for Chris.
All right, Chris sets the trap.
But you know what? Gazzardi has been playing pretty passive, but we know he's definitely capable of bluffing. Is this the spot where he just triples it off?
It could be, you know, because things haven't been going his way. So, you know, sometimes you press to try and change things up a little bit. And we'll see if Chris raises or if he sees if Gazzardi's going to keep barreling.
Absolutely. Just flicks in the call. I like it. 2 of diamonds. Some of Gazzardi's potential semi-bluffs do get there, obviously. Coming in with the flush draw. In this case, he has a dusty hand, but does elect to just check back. It is a scary card if you are trying to run a barrel this one off. This is interesting, a 4th diamond though. No diamond in Chris's hand. Now he's just stuck with the trip 9s, which is not the best on this particular board.
No.
It's not the best.
Chris liked his hand a lot more 2 cards ago.
Absolutely. But he does check back.
Okay, Chris has battled his way back up after the misstep with the pocket 10s, and we got ourselves a deeper heads-up match, and Chris is kind of chipping away at the lead here.
No, I do really like the give up from Gazzardi there. I think barreling the turn is a little bit dangerous. Obviously, Chris has a lot of flush draws on the flop.
Yeah.
Obviously, has some 9x, has some very strong cards in his range. Obviously, no diamond in Gazzardi's hand as well, and I don't really think it makes sense on the river to suddenly bluff. Wouldn't ace-x of diamonds. Obviously, you'd have a flush on the turn, but then even if you had a 1-pair hand like let's say ace-10 with the ace of diamonds, something like that, probably semi-bluffing the turn.
It's really easy to get out of line with your bluffing frequency there. So probably a good job, and he's probably going to want a much worse hand than queen high there to pair with his value bets as a bluff.
Absolutely, and you can just be running into it a lot of the time. And I think Chris has obviously shown he's a very capable player. Might even, if you go for the barrel, the bluff on the river, find a really sneaky call. So anyway, back to pre-flop action we go. Chris min opening the king deuce. Ace 8 suited. A little bit deeper now. 25 bigs. If we were sitting at something like 20 to 15, I think a jam would be a lot more consistent. But
yeah, I'll be interested to see if he thinks this is too many bigs to just rip, or if there's ever a world where he just under reps it. And let's see, Chris min opened here, huh? Okay, yeah.
It's interesting because I think you can kind of go all 3 ways. You can go small 3-bet, you can go flat, you can go jam. Jam's probably a little bit too, as I was mentioning before, a little bit too over the top, but he does go for it and gets it through. 25 is a lot of bigs. If he loses that.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking there, like a lot of your ace-x offsuit wants to rejam, so it's nice to have some ace-x in your just call range there. I think ace 8 would be a decent candidate there. A little bit better, you're going to want to 3-bet small for value, and a little bit worse, you're going to want to jam, I think.
Absolutely. Got some stats on Gazzardi here. Cumulative winnings. Are we talking his
How much
winnings,
he's chipped up from the
his matches
start of
chipped
the...
up, yeah. I believe so. 51% VPIP. Pre-flop raise. This might just be from showdown. Not sure. From heads up, sorry. Not sure.
Yeah, he's been getting after it at this final table for sure.
100% doing very well. But yeah, it's an interesting spot. I think you can kind of go a little bit all different ways about it. Does feel pretty awful if you do a small 3-bet and then get jammed on. But then if you jam and you run into it, it's a bit scary as well. So interesting spot there.
Okay, interesting that he walked Chris when he had 7 deuce suited, and he's elected to complete and limp the 6-4-0. So maybe opening up his button game a little bit.
Not the best flop for either player. We're just going to get bet from Gazardi, and he'll take down a nice easy pot there.
It's almost like we just got all the retard out of us.
I know.
We're gonna play a main event.
I know.
They're not gonna what? Yeah, I know. I already spoke to them. I'm feeling about that. But, as long as they let us play things this way, that's fine. I think we'll be alright.
There we see Chris's stats from the final table. I'm not going to put too much into the stats we're seeing here, both because it's been a mix of full ring and shorthanded, as well as a bounty format. But it's cool that we've got all these stats, and the production team is
Yeah, I love it.
getting used to working with what we got here.
Absolutely love it. No, always good to see some stats, see some things that, you know, you might not just know off the top of your head by watching as well. We'll get a Battle of the Kings here. King 8 into King 6 suited. Both flopping a pair on a pretty wet board. Obviously straights, flushes available. Or flush draws available, I should say. Let me get a check. 3 on the turn, second flush draw coming in. We'll see if Gazardi does go for a bet now. Obviously has a very, very strong hand. Heads up. Top pair, very strong kicker.
Yeah, you would think so, and you would think Chris is going nowhere. I'm hoping for just an absolute brick like deuce of clubs river, just to see if Chris bluff catches or not. With so many draws available right now, be easy to put Gazardi on a missed draw on the river.
Absolutely. A bit weird to say, but it's almost a mini cooler. Really heads up, particularly with all these draws. Is a pretty action-killing river, you would think. With the 4 coming in, obviously the one-liner does get there. You may just see check. Does Gazardi go for very thin value? That's the interesting question, because he has in previous examples on this final table, so we'll have to see what he does elect to go for.
Yeah, that ace-10 hand comes to mind against Rory.
Went for a big sizing in that one. Now, it was a bit of a different situation, but he does elect a pretty similar sizing to that ace-10 hand, actually. I think betting, okay, I thought it was 5, but it was 400k, so around half pot. And Chris looks to be a little bit in the blender here, which makes a lot of sense.
All right, so in a spot like this, it is super hard to figure out what your bluff raises should be. And it's also hard to just stay composed enough that you don't give off that you're not raising.
Absolutely.
So, but But yeah, with ranges being so wide, we see Chris make the call here. He's going to see the bad news. But yeah, just to go back to my point, when ranges are wide, you know, you're going to have a 5 that you want to raise here on the river. You're going to
Absolutely.
You're going to have value, so you should have bluffs as well. But it can be really tough to figure out which combos you want to do it with.
Absolutely. And I think a little blunder there on Chris's part, not in his play of calling, but just in his facial expression, kind of the way he acted upon that bet being placed, kind of immediately took his ability to raise away from himself there. Clearly kind of looked very not happy as well. And I think that just puts him exactly in the type of hand he has. So a little bit of a blunder there, just if he just kept a little bit stoic, not showing any emotion. He does keep his ability to obviously raise in his action, which I've definitely done before.
Yeah, no, same here.
So,
same here. Yeah.
Saying from experience, definitely makes sense. Obviously 9x might turn their hand into a bluff. Missed heart draws might turn their hand into a bluff. A 4, some sort of 3 combo. There's a lot of hands that can potentially be turned into a bluff if they're one heart hand. So it does make sense to flick it in, just kind of sigh, particularly with how Gazardi has been very, very adjustable and obviously making plenty of good plays. But yeah, it does unfortunately have the top pair in that situation, and yeah, just took his ability away. All 3 options are actually on the table there. You can fold, you can raise, and you can call. So definitely could have kept all options on the table.
Yeah, and a totally reasonable hand the way it played out.
Absolutely. So you both a little bit dusty hands, which you see sometimes in heads up. Gazardi connecting a little bit just with the potential to bluff. Obviously King of Spades, semi-bluff, but doesn't have obviously a flush draw itself, but just King of Spades, a nice hand to have, but obviously King High could just check down, particularly with that ace coming in. Not really many ace-X in Chris's range. And we'll just see check, just give up from Chris, which is completely fair in this scenario.
Yeah, and he's starting to get back down there now.
Yeah, just getting a bit short. 14. I'm pretty sure that's the lowest he's been in this heads-up match. Welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is his low point.
Yep, seems right.
So definitely getting to that kind of, yeah, maybe a min raise or 2, but relative shovel fold territory at this stage. But obviously we have seen a lot of limping as well, so we'll see. Both players, it's been a good heads-up match, continued to battle. As you said, I think you put it really well, Eric, you know, Gazardi weathering the storm. You know, definitely had some moments there where Chris, he could have flicked in the call and given Chris a double up, but he stood firm and made good folds and put himself now in a really good position to close it out.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A jam from Chris, a little bit lighter than before, but absolutely nothing for Gazardi in the big blind, so he will just select to fold.
Mm-hmm. Here you can see the 9th through 3rd place payouts in this mega mystery bounty tournament here at the Melbourne Millions. And there were also a couple large mystery bounties paid out, 25K and 17.5K. Both of the remaining bounties are 2K or less, so we're really just focused on what the players are playing for heads up here. Got 31,000 and a Playlive Spade trophy for the winner.
Exciting.
It's been a battle.
They're almost, you know, more valuable than a bracelet because there's less of them, right? So, but
I got no problem putting some prestige on the Playlive Spade. That's yeah. There's You know what? I'm gonna bite my tongue and stop there. But I got no problem putting the Playlive Spade on a pedestal.
Unfortunately for myself, I do have exactly 0 of either. So maybe we can put some in the trophy cabinet one day, Eric. We'll see.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. You sound like a seasoned pro coming in here, honestly.
Oh, thank you. No, you flatter me. Gazardi with the A6 off. Just having a chat. I think he's just looking at how much Chris does have behind here. And could be a very jammable hand, obviously. A6 off on the bottom.
Yeah. Yep, I'm expecting to see that.
And he does.
C6 goes all in.
Chris does have it pretty close. Does actually fold quite quickly.
Yep.
I thought he would have taken a little bit longer with that one. Made him fan the fold eventually, but when you think of Gazardi's range with that shove, can have a lot of Queen Jack highs, even some like 9/8 suited, that sort of thing potentially.
Yeah, and I think if Chris were just a few big blinds shorter, he would have
flicked it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. Yeah, 16 is really interesting, actually. It's a lot changes between a few big blinds, really. 16 compared to maybe kind of your 14 to 10 range. It is a little bit different. So it does have, the ability to fold there, pick a better spot, which is quite nice. And
yeah, 100%. Just a little bit shorter, and your opponent starts shoving a lot wider, and you're just getting a better price. So it's well said that there's a lot of nuance between a 12 and a 16 BB stack.
Absolutely. King 7 off on the button. 14 bigs effective. This may be a jam incoming. We'll have to see.
Could this be it? I like that we get the suspense. And
I love it. I'm going to guess it's not, as he has 8-3 off. But he does mark that one there.
We got the 17. This guy got the 20. Yeah, 22, right? That's fine. I don't want the bounties anyway. I actually wanted to boss the play with me.
Haven't seen much action in the chat. Love to get some questions, comments, anything going. Again, as I said before, doesn't have to be poker related. I'm a man of many talents. Poker's not one of them, so I'm definitely happy to hear.
Yeah, Caleb, tell me a little bit about your previous commentating experience.
That's a great question. Yeah, I've commentated League of Legends across about 3 or 4 years. I guess in the same professional space. So yeah, across a few different. Just going to see a snap fall from Chris here. So yeah, that was definitely a lot of fun, and yeah, definitely loved. Kind of grew up on Rocket League and League of Legends around my kind of early 20s and late teens. So yeah, chucked in the commentary field and got a little bit of
cool
money for it and that sort of thing. So yeah, no, it's definitely enjoyable, and watching a lot of poker streams the last few years, seeing the game evolve, it's been really enjoyable. Just mentioning, Trident, I think they do a really awesome job with their stream, and yeah, loved playing at Playlive, and yeah, being a part of the stream is a real honor. It's yeah, love the stream itself. I think it's really sick, and cool to move forward with more stuff like this in Australia for poker as well.
Absolutely.
Do you guys know if the stream will continue with the impromptu Blizzard tournament after this heads-up battle. It will unfortunately not be streamed, Ellie, but you're welcome to hop in it yourself, mate. Get in there. Battle it out. I might enter it myself. We'll see. Anything's on the cards. Anything's on the cards.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tempting. That PLO 54 tournament sounds...
Yeah. Is this Sadie? Oh, that is really tempting, actually. I'm not sure if I'll be able to... Again, as I said before, I'm not sure if I'll be able to peel my cards back, but I can try. I believe my good friend Dylan, shout out to him. He's in the Blizzard this afternoon. I think he's doing the mystery tomorrow as well. So good luck to him in both of those events. Did cash the opening event, so good on for that. So yeah, as we discussed, a few big blinds shorter now, Chris. So we are going to see a little bit of a wider jamming range from Gazardi, and I think Ace Deuce suited definitely falls in that category, which he does like to do. Look at a snap mark, and he just gets a little bit shorter.
Chris down to 11 bigs now.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
But still definitely doubles up once.
I mean, he
He's
needs
right back
to
in
know. He needs to look no further than the 6th place finisher Andrew Pang for inspiration on what can be done with a short stack. Andrew, if you joined us from the start of this final table, was on about 1 to 4 big blinds for quite a long time and caught some nice ladders.
Also folding some really big hands as well, and really, really amazing discipline and patience to fold himself to a few extra $1,000, and yeah, he'll be thanking himself for doing that. Jack 7 suited, 11 bigs.
Yeah, this
Quite
one
close.
looks good enough.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna chuck it in there. Gazardi, a little bit edging closer now.
Yeah, this is closer to a call than it might seem.
We had obviously a hand before when elected to fold around 15 or 16 bigs, I believe it was, with King 8 off, and I think King 8 would be a call there. So again, really exemplifies these little nuances between something like 13 to 10 bigs, 14 bigs to up to 16, 17 bigs. There is a difference. You are going to really expand or constrict those ranges of what hands you're shoving, of what hands you are getting called by as well.
Yep. They'll decide, I don't know whether they decided where they're going to finish it. I think they might want to do a different day.
All right, come on, dealer, give us some action.
What's happening? Gazardi limping the 10-6.
I like it.
See that goes on.
And we'll jam.
All right. Looks like the players are discussing something. I wonder if registration is still open for the main and if that is still a consideration, but it looks like we're going to continue heads up play here.
Believe there will be potentially 1 or 2 more hands, and
last hand, yeah.
Chris and Gazzotti potentially looking to late reg the main and continue this heads-up match.
Oh, that's nice. Play Live accommodating these guys wanting to take a shot in the main event here.
100%.
Could be a bit anticlimactic for the stream, but
look, I've seen some awesome action today. Honestly, some really good poker play from a number of players on this final table, and both of these guys have battled really hard to get to this spot. So yeah, why not give them a shot? And they've obviously locking up first or second place money. Got plenty of cash to go on that get in that main as well.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about a around $900,000 prize pool in the main event with an incredible structure, 60-minute levels from day 2 on. So both of these guys looking to have a shot at that. Absolutely. And ride the momentum into a potentially even bigger payday.
Absolutely.
And it looks like that might be it. I think Chris took down that last pot, and they appear to be pausing the heads-up battle to allow these players to get into the main event here at the Melbourne Millions. So, looks like we're going to have to leave it at that.
Appreciate everyone dropping in. Had some good chat interaction today as well. And yeah, just a really fun final table to be a part of. So appreciate yourself, Eric, and here in the booth. And yeah, really, really awesome tournament to commentate on and just enjoy.
Yeah, likewise, Caleb. It's been fun calling it with you, and thank everyone for joining us here. Please, if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Follow the socials. We've got a great Instagram account. It's putting out quality content on a daily basis, and just encourage you to join us, all things Play Live, across the socials, and even better, come on down here and get to experience it for yourself. 129 York Street.
100%. Thanks, everyone.